Warning. The following contains material that may be too disturbing to some people. Descriptions of violence, mature situations, and adult themes. This is intended for mature audiences. Viewer discretion is advised. All right, I'm here. Let's see. Hey guys.
Hey.
So, welcome to Forest of Flash, episode 57. I'm Rambling, and I'm the DM that is just so nice, right? I'm just so friendly. Just make everything's always a cakewalk. We're
super easy.
Yeah, we're easy mode here. We're just easy mode. No, this is Forest of Flesh, and things are usually pretty deadly here, right? Deadly is just what we do here. So Wolf is gonna be a few minutes late. He's had something come up with one of his cats, so send him good vibes, and hopefully his cat is okay. That being said, it's almost kind of perfect for him to be lagging a little bit behind you guys, just in my my DM brain. So do not worry.
He doesn't want to be there, so he's just following us.
Yeah, I mean, he might he might tag along early on, but I don't know. We'll see what you guys do. I'll describe. For now, you guys were standing outside of the floating city, right? Basically, about to walk in, I believe. Let's go ahead and pull you guys back over to that screen, I suppose. While we're doing that, what happened last time? Does anyone want to talk about that?
We fought or tried to survive a phoenix-looking creature that tried to attack us.
I vaporized a large water droplet. Inadvertently.
Right.
Yeah. Very creative and mad props on that play. Very good play. Because just fun fact, even if you guys down the thing, bad things happen when it gets down. We'll just put it that way.
Wait, I thought we could have taken its egg.
You could have.
And then raised it like one of our own.
Yeah, because Phoenix's rebirth, I mean, I don't know, like, there would have been some stuff there. I don't know if you guys would have raised it as...
Right. Don't worry, little Phoenix, we're all your parents now.
Yeah, I'm sure that's how...
Nothing would go wrong, yeah.
I'm sure, yeah. Let alone, like, one person in the party might not vibe with that so much, who's a little bit of an arsonist. I don't know. It might have been more of like a thing there, fire-consuming fire or something. I don't know. There could have been a lot of things that could have happened, but you'll never know. But what I'm getting at is when a phoenix goes down, it explodes. That's kind of what I was getting at with the whole bad things happen when they die.
Well, that water droplet's definitely gone now.
Yeah, they have this thing that's called fiery death and rebirth. But yeah, you guys didn't get to see that. Fortunately for you, for those of you who might have been a little bit low on HP. Melora. Ishu, I think, was pretty low too. Yeah.
But is Melora really low? Like, she has over 100.
She has 120, yeah.
Which is more than I have.
It's more than most of you, but you're not like a melee fighter, though.
Yeah.
I'm a melee fighter.
I mean, you're also a wizard, right?
I'm a melee fighter.
Yeah.
I have 200 health if I have spell slots.
That's basically true. Yeah, you're also impossible to hit. Just about. You have like you can have like a 28 AC or something crazy, right?
Pretty close to that, I think.
You got pretty high last time.
Yeah.
High as me.
Not as high.
My 34.
You did have a 34. That's right. That's right. I forgot about that.
Because I crit.
Yeah.
That was pretty awesome.
That is pretty
cool.
That's probably the highest AC I've ever seen, for sure. I can't imagine it getting higher than that. I don't even like that's game breaking.
I've seen ways to get it higher, but it's tough.
As someone who always plays squishy characters, I can never understand how people are able to get their AC so high. And here I see you guys just like, yeah, this is how I did it, and I'm just like, whoa.
Min-maxing.
Yeah.
And lucky rolls.
I have even-ish stats, okay? I didn't min-max this time.
Right on. So yeah, you guys fought the Phoenix. You survived it, and Lyram had the creative idea to teleport it away into some water. Which, water and fire don't mix very well.
Right.
But it worked. And you guys were able to get through the Guidon conduit with the people. And then you guys found yourselves at the base of that ziggurat, right? Climbed the stairs. There was some RP and
Orilyn
stuff.
put on a terrible singing performance to try and encourage everybody as they climbed all the way up those stairs.
Yeah.
She was very oblivious to it too.
Right on. You guys entered the ziggurat and found yourself in a different place, looking at the floating city of, was it Shraklor, something like that? Shrakltor? I don't know. I don't know how to say. Yeah.
Well, we met up with Agape though before we went in.
That's true.
Yeah.
And before we climbed the stairs.
I think it was after, right?
It was after. It was.
Oh.
No, I think it was after climbing the stairs. He just appeared nearby as you guys were standing outside the city. Sort of on this. Let's pull up the map. It's kind of the map. The map kind of illustrates what the place looks like from where you are.
Are you sure it was after? Because I remember thinking like, oh, maybe we could talk about it as we go up the stairs. For what happened with him.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought you guys did talk about it a little bit. It doesn't
It
matter.
doesn't really. Yeah, it doesn't really matter.
But yeah, either way, currently, you guys are standing outside the city with Agape and these two Gith who sort of helped you all get here. What do you want to do?
Think we were gonna go shopping?
I don't remember.
And
I mean, as far as we know.
Go ahead.
As far as we know, the wizard's not here. We're just kind of wasting time, right?
I thought Agape and the Githrai said that they would escort us up there to him. If we wanted.
Yeah, like basically the option was if you guys need to like gather yourselves, resupply whatever you can also be escorted straight to basically the entrance to the master's like palace or basically private keep. Yeah. There's also
I think
markets.
I think I'd like to be escorted to a long rest before much else.
Right.
Agreed.
Do they have an inn here?
Who are you asking?
Agape, because I can't speak Gith.
Oh yeah, you can't speak to the people. That's right. That's the only Vash
Jacob
kid.
is the only one we could talk to.
Yeah. Vash is like standing off, kind of away from you guys. Maybe he's just standing there, staring at the people, and they're just all sort of staring at each other. Like they're obviously talking.
They're
But to you guys who aren't privy to the conversation, it just looks like they're all just sort of standing there, like I don't know, like 6 feet apart from each other ish. It's funny.
I feel like that's kind of what most of last session was when we weren't fighting the Phoenix.
Yeah. There was probably a lot. And occasionally the Gith will say something to each other, but obviously you don't speak the language. So yeah, you ask Agape if there's any inns, and Agape kind of pause, like there's a pause, and he goes, "What's in? Oh, I see, I understand." And then he goes,
You sleep, don't you?
there's a pause for a moment. Actually, no.
Oh, you
no.
like me?
The Gith do meditate, as you call it, to recover. You could possibly find a place to do that. I'm afraid there aren't any beds per se, but there could be some pillows. Just ask a guide or one of the traders for a place to meditate, or I can accompany you.
Are there very many people who can even speak our language? Because they don't understand us at all. And she's pointing at the group. Vash.
I think you need to translate for us, Agape.
Yeah. There's kind of like you all get a sense of like ease and understanding, like a don't fret kind of feeling. Yeah, Agape says, not to worry. I thought your friend would be the one to guide you, but if he's too busy, I can accompany you.
Is he internally thinking I didn't sign up for this?
You want to make an insight check?
Sure.
Maybe you can. Yeah, maybe. It kind of comes off that way a little bit.
Yeah, Orilyn's not going to say anything.
Does magic work around these parts, Agape? Because it's weird when we were on the other place.
You're asking how magic works here?
Yeah.
Yeah, Agape says, not to worry. There are plenty of anarchs close by to keep this area stable. So casting spells and that sort of thing should be pretty easy for you from here on out. Although just try not to draw alarm from the people. And he kind of looks. He kind of looks at Ishu and he's like, "Don't go hurling fireballs through the street, please." Ishu's like, yeah, okay.
I don't know if I don't know if he might be worried, but Orilyn is still holding her bow.
Okay.
Like she
Are you
has
drawing
not
it or anything?
No, she's not drawing it, but she has not put it like away at all since she got it, basically. So I don't know if he would be like, you should put that away or not. But she's not drawing it or aiming it at anything.
No, I don't think he tells you to put it away or anything like that.
Okay, good.
Are there any special customs that we need to know, Agape?
What,
We don't want to be culturally insensitive.
he kind of pauses for a moment and he says, I can't imagine what you would do that would be offensive. The people tend to be very polite to newcomers and understanding that people of the other planes aren't quite the same as them. They're a very tolerant people. Just don't be surprised if you get some odd questions.
We can't speak their language, Agape.
Yeah. He says, "Don't worry, I'll be translating. If you need to speak to anyone, they do have traders, you know. Their
Okay.
travels through the plains help them locate many interesting objects, trinkets, goods."
Well, are there any interesting shops that you know of? I don't know if we want to go shopping or we want to rest first. What do you guys think?
I need to turn off for a while.
All right. Well, since they don't have any inns, is there like a open space we can set shop in, and I can put up a hut and we can just rest there?
You're asking if you can
okay.
just like set up a hut somewhere.
Yeah.
Um, Agape says, well, it should be fine. If we can find a open area, where it won't intrude. Probably a good idea to just to let the nearest anarch know what's going on beforehand, just in case.
Speaking of the hut, so we noticed that sometimes our magic doesn't work, and sometimes, like when I shoot my blasts, they seem to repeat the blast for a little bit.
Yeah, he says, it's the nature of this place, the chaos. It has unpredictable effects on magic, especially for those who aren't used to it. You understand?
Right. So, is there anything we should be worried about? Because I mean, we tried to experiment a bit, but obviously we didn't experiment too much, because we kept getting attacked.
Well, hopefully you won't be needing to blast anything while within the city walls. I can't think of a reason you would.
Well, I meant like because if he has to do magic to put up a hut for a place for us to sleep, like, is there any magics that might not be battle oriented that we should be hesitant about using?
Well, anything that conjures creatures can't be used here.
Wait, can I bring back Favyre?
Let's see here.
I don't have to summon it. I just call it from its dimension that it's in.
What school of magic is the Is it just an ability, or it's a summon familiar spell? Right?
Well, I already used the summon familiar spell to summon Freya, and then as a action, I can dismiss it temporarily into its own little pocket dimension. Let me find the. I don't know if it says in the spell.
Sure. Let's take a look at the.
Yeah, here. It's as an action, it's about midway-ish down. The third to last paragraph.
Where awaits your summons. Keywords. Wording is, just in case you guys are ever wondering, wording on things like spells and abilities and stuff, the particular wording is very important. And this is one of those cases. Summons is a very particular word.
It does kind of, I don't know, it's like, if you think about it, it has a meaning that's kind of sort of different, that's non-magical. Like, I'm gonna summon you to the office or something, right?
Yes. However, this is the exact wording
Mhm.
of the effect on conjuration magic. It says, summoning spells rarely work while in limbo. Doesn't
Yeah,
say,
but what I'm
doesn't-
saying is I already cast the spell, the summon
Yeah,
spell.
I know, before you came in.
And so the summoning, like the way I was reading it, is the summons is more like I'm telling you to come here.
I think you're summoning her from an extra dimensional space, though.
Yeah.
So is it still summoning, even though it's not really magic? Well, I'm not casting the spell anymore.
Yeah,
I think you're
saying,
still
"Hey,
summoning
come here."
something.
It's in a pocket
Okay.
dimension. You're still summoning it. However, like
Okay.
once you leave the chaos, or maybe get to a more stable spot in the chaos, because maybe Mr. Fancy Guy's palace is in a different realm entirely. You don't know, right?
Yeah.
But,
maybe I'll learn how to stabilize it well enough.
But basically, like you won't have, like, it's you can resummon her as soon as you're not in the chaos anymore. Is what I'm getting at.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you can't summon her. The wording says summoning spells rarely work while in limbo. Creatures cannot be summoned into limbo. And then the other things is, however, creatures that are already in limbo can be summoned to the creatures. That's the wording, unfortunately. Like if, yeah, I don't like,
So
yeah.
I take it Agape will say no. You can't.
Yeah. He'll let you know that creatures can't be summoned here, unfortunately.
All right. Orilyn frowns. I wish you told me that before.
Yeah, he says I didn't understand it would be a problem.
It's
There's
around
like-
Orilyn. I'm sure we can summon Thea later.
You feel a very deep sense of apology, like almost embarrassment, like committing a social faux pas or something,
Oh no.
and not realizing it. Yeah, it's kind of the feeling he sort of emits.
It's fine. I'll deal with it. I still have my bow.
Yeah, his unicorn head kind of nods slightly. So,
What about other magics? So we can't summon creatures.
he nods. Most other spells should work normally. He says, you shouldn't have to worry about things failing here. I would just... Maybe we should introduce ourselves to an anarch, just to be safe, especially if we're going to be doing anything to change the terrain.
Okay. Lead the way, I suppose.
Yeah. He leads you guys down to the main gate. Here. Oh, I'm doing this on the wrong screen. Okay. So basically, you guys walk up to the main gate. There's a few other Gith sort of like standing guard, just basically standing at attention outside the gate. You can kind of stop there for a moment as they and Agape exchange like silent glances, like kind of like Vash and the other guys are doing. And then Agape says, "All right, we're welcome to go in. They understand your appointment." And you guys proceed in. Looks like Wolf is here. Hey, Wolf. I hope everything is going okay.
Hey. Okay might be strong, but I'm here.
Well, glad you're here. So basically, yeah, you guys have been hanging out. You're walking into the city now. So Agape says we're fine to proceed, and yeah, what would you guys like to do? Wolf, you've been sort of chatting with the two Gith accompanying you guys.
Okay.
And we've kind of bullied Agape into being our guide because we don't speak their language.
Oh yeah, basically. Also, you Wolf, you can communicate with these folks, so you could also like basically,
Right.
yeah, basically, I'll do that as well. So, Agape's mentioned that there's shops and there are places to meditate. There aren't really beds and inns, but there's like places where you can get privacy for meditation purposes, and that kind of thing. Odayn's asked about like setting up his hut, and Orilyn's asked about using magic, and basically the consensus is creatures still can't be summoned here, but you should be able to use your magic. Let's just clear it with an Anarch first. And just don't go blowing things up. That's all.
I'm still on the move.
Yeah,
I think Agape is leading us to an Anarch, right?
Yeah. So you guys walk through the gates, and I guess Vash doesn't split off from you guys because he is now here. Yeah, he basically leads you guys over to a nearby building where a bunch of these sort of guards, they don't carry weapons. They're just wearing like specially colored blue, like a dark cobalt blue robes. And they're dressed the same as the guys at the gate, where there's almost like a nearby like a common area where there's some like outdoor seating and like a little waterfall. They exchange silent glances again for a moment, and then one of them points into a building behind them. And Agape says, all right, right this way.
I follow him.
Yep.
Okay.
How long have
Behind
you
you.
been walking since the top of the hill?
All right.
I'll follow, I guess.
Check out some of this stuff here. Okay. So as you guys head towards this nearby building, you do notice some odd stuff with the stonework going on around the outside of the building. Most of the terrain here is relatively stable. There's some odd plants here and there. There's even like local animal life, a few strange looking birds that fly through the air, that kind of thing. The stonework outside of this particular building that they're pointing to, there are like stone columns that are like organized every 3 or 4 feet that surround the outside of the building, almost like artwork. But instead of just being like stiff, solid stone pillars, they kind of wobble in place like a lava lamp, I guess. They hover off the ground slightly, and they're kind of liquidy looking, and they just sort of like orbit in place. Yeah, you guys enter the building, and you find basically a room full of candles, a dark room, and there's like a circle of candles that go around the outside of this room. The room is circular, and the candles almost go out to like the perimeter, so there's only like a foot or two between the candles and the wall to walk. The floor of the room is like a very fine white sand, and you don't see footprints anywhere, which might seem kind of odd. And in the center of this circle of candles, you see a female Gith sitting with her legs crossed, like sitting, I guess, what would be called Indian style, meditating with her eyes closed. And as soon as you enter, she opens her eyes and sort of looks at you all.
Hello.
Greetings.
You know they
Is this
still
the place
can't
we're
understand you, right?
meditating?
I wave. I'm assuming a wave is,
Gesture.
understood.
Yeah, as soon as you like speak, she kind of turns her head towards you and stares at you. And then Vash is like, she can't understand you, right? And she turns towards Vash and kind of looks at him. Completely stoic face, like no emotion, just staring at you. It's almost kind of eerie, probably. A little unsettling.
Sorry,
Yes.
Agape, was this the place for meditating? What are we doing here again?
Agape's looking at this lady who's like sitting in the middle of the circle, and he says, no, this is not the place that you'll be meditating. This is her quarters. And then,
That's good. I prefer a little more vegetation. So.
What?
Yeah, he goes, I'll be sure to mention that. Just one moment here. And they're sort of like staring at each other for a moment. Let's see here. Just want to look at, see if she does anything too crazy. Okay. Agape, after like pausing for a moment, turns back to you and he says, vegetation. I think that seems agreeable. Would anyone else like anything special about their quarters? Apparently, I've shown her the image of a bed, and we think that can also be done if needed.
Something efficient, please. Did I use the
We pack
clues
our own
right?
beds.
What'd you say, Wolf?
We pack our own beds if necessary. Got sleeping holes.
Beds are not necessary.
But if you're offering, I wouldn't mind a bed.
Are we confused? I thought we were on the way to see the master. Are we intending to stay a few days here or something? Seems like
we need a rest.
Your
a little
friends
bit.
wanted
We must
to,
recharge.
Yeah, your friends wanted to take a break before continuing. Gather themselves.
Fine.
Do they have like some sort of stable or farm?
Is that where you want to sleep?
I don't mind.
So both Agape and the lady like turn their heads towards you, and their heads kind of like cocked to the side a little bit, like, huh? Like that seems kind of odd.
We've all got weird requests, don't we?
Yeah.
One person wants vegetation,
Efficient.
one wants a stable,
Yeah.
one wants just something efficient.
Yeah. Yeah.
One is fine with our makeshift beds.
Agape says, perhaps this will be easier. Why don't you all just try to imagine the ideal resting place in your mind? Or just a room.
Wait, if we do that, we won't disappear like you did earlier, right? And she's pointing at Vash because she remembers Vash saying something about thinking about something and
Focusing.
disappearing when we first got up here.
No, he says, no, trust me, our friend here will make sure none of that can happen.
What is the name of your friend here?
Let's see. Okay. Oh, that's kind of a cool name. Stywam is her name.
How do you spell it?
In the chat, yeah.
I'll copy and paste it. Staiwom.
And what did he call her? What was her
Anarch.
position or whatever?
Anarch, yeah.
I guess that's just kind of curious. We've been told that she, or that the Anarchs shape the reality and like maintain some type of rigidity, so the chaos isn't so chaotic, right?
Essentially, like they keep everything here in like order and balance, basically. Like they calm a lot of the negative effects of your magic, but unfortunately, like a rule of the plane is that creatures just can't be conjured here. But your tiny hut will be a tiny hut and not a giant hut. Your fireballs will work, but please don't go blowing things up. Yeah, I mean, you guys can cast magic here with relative ease. Basically, there's a lot of anarchs in the city, and they all, like, a single one can stabilize a 5-mile radius around them of the chaos. So there's always someone doing it. And right now, this lady's on duty. She's also going to like conjure you rooms. So that's basically what's going on here. They can shape the chaos at will. They're so mentally disciplined. So they can shape it and stabilize it and change things. And they're basically just going to like conjure you up your ideal resting place. And that's sort of why he's taking your order at the Hotel de la People.
Yep. Square metal box.
This sounds like an awful job, just saying.
I mean,
my ideal resting place is like a metal mold, my shape.
Don't get me wrong. She's being polite, but she's also like staring at you all with like a judgy look. Like my intention could be focused on more important things right now, kind of is the look that she gives you all. But they're very polite. So
yeah.
Anarch is spelled Anarch.
I knew that. The moment you spelled it, I was like, dude, I knew that. I'm so dumb.
Spelled deciduous.
I'm so dumb today. I'm
okay.
sorry.
It's all good. So I've got Vash's room. Vash imagines a simple room with simple furnishings, including a small wooden table for burning, obviously. Low to the ground for use while sitting. Oh, okay. With a with a bowl upon it filled with rare herbs, incense, and large diamonds. let me see. I think they might be able to do that. Let me
I know
check.
they can.
I'm pretty sure that they can. I can't.
It's whether they will.
Yeah. Let's see here.
Why don't you just think of diamond dust? Isn't that what you needed?
Some of them require diamonds whole, and some of it requires dust. So diamonds whole is probably more useful. Although I'm not sure how you get diamond dust. Maybe I'll imagine that in the bowl too.
You grind the diamonds together in a
You
rock
can't
tumbler.
grind diamonds.
Yeah, you get. They're like
Together.
Diamonds.
together.
Well,
I guess you
listen,
could
though.
grind them together.
Oh, like one diamond against another.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get
Okay.
it's something like a diamond special rock tumbler, and you have them grinding against each other.
That makes sense.
Weird.
I used to have a little rock tumbler when I was a kid, and it was really fun playing
I
with.
have
So I'm
one
just
of those-
imagining that with diamonds.
Yeah, I had a plastic one. Mine definitely didn't work.
Yeah,
on
that was
diamonds.
mine.
It took like
Plastic.
48 hours just for regular rocks or something like that.
But talk about a great way to entertain children. Keep them busy for so long. Like, oh yeah,
Yep,
just keep on
stand,
grinding them.
sit here, look at it for 48 hours.
Yeah,
Cool.
yeah.
I'm gonna go somewhere else. Be good.
I mean, you gotta twist it yourself. Well, at least you did with mine.
Oh no, mine had like you plugged it in and it kind of like
Oh,
it was little.
oh,
It was
yeah,
this little
see.
plastic thing.
That's for me. It was manual. So I was
Oh
just,
jeez.
my brother and I took turns, and we got tired of it after the first batch. But still,
Right on. So let me see. Can we just conjure diamonds? I mean, I think that they pretty much can. Let's see here. Okay. Okay, so Agape says, hold on. What is so important about the diamonds?
How did you know what I was thinking of?
He says, I told you to imagine the room that you wanted.
Hold on, can you see into my thoughts? I know
Uh,
you can speak to me, but that's intrusive.
Well, he says, I did just basically ask you for permission. Not always looking.
Sure.
And I'm also not here to judge.
And then Vash doesn't say anything to see if he forgets about his question.
Yeah, so he says, all right, well, she had a question about them, but if you'd rather
What's the
not,
question?
what are they for?
Spells. Ingredients.
Okay. Will you be casting the spell here?
Likely, yeah, unless these things will travel back with us.
That's the problem. They can't leave the realm.
That's fine. I'll make do.
Okay. I believe this is agreeable. And yeah. So you're gonna get your diamonds, but they can't leave the chaos.
Ash was kind of just seeing what the limits of her power was. Interesting.
There's a pause, and then he says, perhaps, well, she asked that you don't go trying to sell them.
It's fine. I cannot do that.
Yeah, there's she looks towards Vash, and what's the pompousness on her face it leaves by like 1%, like just barely. Just slightly less annoyed. Yeah, and then so let's see. Orilyn, we know you want vegetation. What does your room look like?
So remember back before when I was describing how her home was, how it was like a big tree, that like they shaped their homes into, like, as the tree was growing and stuff.
Yeah.
So she's imagining her own private quarters from her home that she grew up in. With like there was plants, probably not as many before as there are in her current imagining. And there is like quite a bit of if you think of it like a fangirl in modern times, there's Oberon memorabilia everywhere.
Like a Oberon poster on the back of the door.
Yeah, and it's kind of, she has it decorated in a way that she could quickly hide it if she needs to, because if for some reason Oberon ever came by and like saw her quarters, she wouldn't want him to know that she has like a miniature statue carved out of wood.
Is Orilyn crushing?
Sitting on her bed.
Is Orilyn crushing on Oberon? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, that's always been.
She's always devoted.
Oh.
She's yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize.
I mean, remember when Seraphina was like, I wonder if I could produce an heir with him. Like Orilyn was like, well, you got to get in line.
Oh, okay. Right.
Yeah.
Okay then.
Yeah.
Well, I wonder how Titania feels about that.
Titania?
Yeah. That's
we don't
funny.
talk about that. But she also in her imaginings, there's also now a special place to put the bow.
Okay.
Like a special stand, and it's in the center of the room, because she doesn't have a bed, so like it's gonna be in the center of the room, kind of in front of where she usually would meditate.
Okay, like a special kind of display it's made for it.
Yeah.
Sure.
And since she can't summon Fea here, she has imagined a Fea like pillow. In our world, it would be called a plushie, but in this world, it's a pillow shaped to look like Fea.
Okay. Okay, right on. Yeah. Everything seems to be easily done. Agape lets you know that shouldn't be a problem. And there's kind of like a like a slight chuckle kind of at the Oberon stuff. But yeah. Okay, so let's see. Odayn, what does your room look like?
I typed that out. It's just a simple room with one giant bed in the middle with soft pillows, and it sort of smells like the sea, and you can hear the waves in the background.
Right on. Perfect. Yeah, also agreeable. Sha'ah, what does your room look like?
His room is probably like a barn with like what is it called? Not a harness, but like a recliner, so he could sleep on his side with like cushions underneath him.
Okay.
And it's like a wooden framed recliner, so he could like sleep on his side
Yeah.
and have a blanket.
Yeah. Right on. Like a special like luxury horse bed or something. Yeah, cool. I dig it. Yeah, agreeable. Lyram, we know yours is efficient.
It is a dull bronze mold the shape of me.
It's just a mold that closes over you. Is that?
Yep, I can back up into it and stand in it. People won't be able to tip me over while I'm in it.
Yeah.
Perfect design.
Yeah. Okay.
Efficiency.
Right. That's great. Yeah, I dig it. It reminds me of like the robot apartments in Futurama. Have you ever seen that episode?
Yeah.
Yeah. They're just like a closet.
Just like a closet.
Yeah. Right on. Cool. Yeah. So that should be.
And I guess there will be a door that shuts that I can open from the inside that can't be opened from the outside.
Surprised he didn't want some kind of material that would like kind of buff and polish his metalness.
Why would I need to be polished? That's not efficient.
It's just for aesthetic reasons. Yeah, aesthetic is a
for
waste.
For what?
Yeah. Yeah. All right. So yeah. You all pick out your hotel rooms and places to rest. And there's sort of an exchange. He says again, the Anarch says you'll be permitted to cast magic. Just don't cast anything that's going to intrude on the people here. Don't destroy anything. I think it goes without saying. But you guys all seem relatively friendly, so I'm sure that won't be a problem. And
for our rooms though, is there a thing where people can't come in without knocking first?
Did you imagine a lock on the door or something?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Then yeah, there's like a really sturdy
one that only she has the key for.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fireball is a key.
No, it's just like the lock of trickery that she got, where only the one key she has works.
Right on. Okay. Then yeah, nobody will be able to enter without knocking. As long as the door's locked or whatever. Yeah. And I mean, if you imagined like the door just automatically locking or whatever, like that can happen too. Doesn't have to necessarily like follow the laws of physics. So
what if someone else imagines a lock or a key to your room?
Like contested mental scores.
I mean,
make sure nobody else can summon a key that fits this lock, please.
Yeah. I think
Jace, what are you doing in there that you don't want to be seen?
I think
a bit weird.
I think between the Anarchy and Agape, they can, decide to not, let anyone be intruded upon or whatever. Like it's supposed to be like your sanctuary, right? They're all about meditation, so it's gonna be made to be like safe for you. Basically.
And to answer your question, Vash, I think I've had my room invaded enough times to desire, some privacy without being invaded.
You plan to be blowing holes in this one as well?
Nope, they specifically requested I don't.
Good.
Does Orilyn look upset that she can't blow holes in the walls?
No. She's trusting them to make it so people can't enter without knocking.
Yeah. As long as like nobody teleports into your room, should be fine. Because that's what happened the last time you did that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, is there anything? There's like a pause, and Agape asks if there's anything else that you guys would like to communicate to the Anarch, or any other questions you might have, or anything like that.
Your job seems really hard, and I just want you to know I appreciate what you're doing.
And she
Go ahead.
can she conjure like sheep jumping on like a pen? It's I have a hard time sleeping without counting sheep.
It's disturbing in some sort of way.
A sheep counting sheep.
There's a slight pause, and Agape says, "Unfortunately, creatures can't be summoned to the plane, but we could arrange perhaps the illusion of some creatures." If
Totally helps me sleep.
yeah. So
Did
yeah.
Agape not warn us that illusions can become permanent?
He did not.
Well,
He
it
did
said-
not? Okay. Okay.
I don't think he did. No.
Because when I was asking
I
about
was trying to read your thing,
magic,
and I wasn't sure which way.
The direct
when-
quote is as permanent as anything can be in Limbo, which, you know,
Nice and vague.
to an Anarch, nothing is permanent, right? Like if you conjure an illusion, an Anarch can just imagine it not being there and it disappears or whatever. So I mean, it's nothing they couldn't fix.
but that's if it's stuff you thought up yourself. Can they illusion it or unimagine it if we used a spell and it came to real life?
They can do, like, they're incredibly powerful when it comes to affecting the chaos. So
Right.
I mean, I would look more into it.
We
but,
still don't
yeah.
know that illusion spells can become permanent. Because when I asked Agape about stuff we should know about casting magic, he did not bring that up at all.
Yeah. Yeah. I probably should have. That's the DM's fault, not Agape's.
No, I like the idea that he just totally forgot. He's so embarrassed at Orilyn being upset that she can't summon Fea here.
Yeah. It might make sense, because I don't think any of the Gith use illusion magic, and I'm pretty sure Agape doesn't either. So he might just not even think of it.
Can I
Yeah.
establish the link with Ishu real quick?
Sure.
What did you ask for, Ishu? I assume you asked for a lot of mate.
Yeah, of course. My room was
Did you
full
forget?
of- What?
Did you forget?
No. It's
Is he lying?
make an insight check.
Just hurry and ask if you forgot.
Okay.
Perfectly average.
He didn't forget, but he wishes he asked for more. Like, he only asked for enough to eat for like a day, and instead he should have asked for more. And so yeah, you said if you forgot, go ahead and ask. And so yeah, he turns back, and there's like a slight exchange between him and Agape. They exchange looks. He says, "All right, I got my place is gonna be covered in meat hooks. There's just gonna be all kinds of stuff in there.
Enjoy."
Thanks."
Wait, so you just asked Ishu what his room was like?
No, I asked him if he asked for me, but it was all through the
Oh,
bond.
okay.
Yeah. So, I probably should get a
want to
comfortable bed or
embarrass
something. Yeah, cool. Go ahead, Ella.
Laura, you're welcome to hang out with me if you want, since you don't sleep either.
Yeah, she'll take you up on that. She says, Good. I appreciate the company.
Oh,
Just let me go in first. I have to take care of something.
Lyram will convey that he wants a one-way glass panel in front of his
So you
eyes.
can see.
But he wants it to look like metal on the other side.
Okay. Yeah, sure. So you can see out.
Nice.
Keep an eye on her. Keep an eye on her, Melora. I think she's
And
up
a
to something
mirror.
weird.
Yeah, he wants a mirror so he can also look out the back. He's got a 360 peephole there.
You guys are so suspicious.
Yep.
What are you guys worried about? Okay. Because I think what's going to happen is you're all going to start messing with each other or trying to. That's
Kinda
what you're
sounds
worried
like
about.
that.
Okay, so you got your 360 periscope on your rented suit. Iron Maiden, Bronze
Would you
Maiden.
like spinning rooms with
The
that?
Iron Maiden.
This is the best in ever.
Yeah.
So
So
never coming back here. You're gonna get rid of us.
I do have one question I asked Agape.
sure.
After we sleep and we need to reconvene with the rest of our group, how do we wake everyone else up?
Can you put a common room somewhere in the middle?
Yeah, there's like a slight pause again as he exchanges information with the Anarch, and he says, "Yes, looks like that should be agreeable. Is there anything else we need here? We need to do? Is there anything else we need? Do we need kitchens? Any kind of crafting areas? Anything like that?"
Bathroom.
Bathroom would be nice.
Yeah, I would like a large bath.
Do you need a bath?
Yeah, there's like a slight pause, and then he goes, "Sorry, she didn't know what a bathroom was."
Do you know what a bathroom is?
Can you do a
No.
large pool of well, it doesn't have to be super large, but like at least big enough for how much room do you want to swim, Melora?
Yeah, she says a very big pool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then a smaller one next to it that has soap. I guess it doesn't have to be next to it, but just like another smaller one that has soap next to it.
Okay.
We're all so needy.
Yeah, they take all your requests. So, yeah, and to respond to you, Vash, he says, the master has baths, and bathrooms. It's just the people have never seen them.
Interesting. It feels like this meeting is coming to an end, or when it feels like that, I would like to shift my connection to the Anarch.
You want to open up the mind conduit bond with her?
Yeah. So I can speak directly.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't think she's gonna not allow you to do that or anything. Sure.
My thanks for the things you're providing. I do have one other question, though.
She kind of like quirks an eyebrow as it raises at you.
I don't know what the limits of your power are. Can you transport things from here in, you called it limbo? Can you transport things from this place to another place here? Something that was left behind.
The response you get is the object in limbo?
Yes.
What is it?
I will give the mental image of the two Githrizai that died. The bodies.
Wait. We helped them put those in the acid.
Wait, did we?
Yeah.
I thought we didn't.
Yeah, because they determined it was too dangerous to risk bringing them back.
Oh, okay. I must have
and
missed that or forgot.
It's because they were
Yeah.
corrupted by the slot. And
Yeah.
Okay.
and like if they left the bodies, if they didn't destroy the bodies, then the slod could like emerge from the bodies potentially. So that's why they burned them. They destroyed them.
Okay.
Because like the red slod scratches you, and it can leave behind a thing that'll hatch like a chest burster, basically from Alien. And
Mhm.
So
yeah,
one of them
I did not
got
remember
scratched by a
putting them in
slod
the
that we
estimate,
didn't
yes.
know, but the other one got attacked by the fleshy
The Chaos
creatures.
Beast. Yeah.
Yeah,
oh yeah, okay, yeah.
yeah.
So it's like it was basically like a just to be safe kind of like how you guys burn the bodies when you fought the flesh monsters and stuff.
Mhm.
Basically,
Okay,
same
then
thing.
I will not ask for that, I guess, because Vash would have known that we did that. So I'll just say thanks.
Yeah, she kind of like slightly bows her head towards you, almost imperceptibly, slightly.
That's all.
Okay. All right. Well, if nobody else has anything, Agape will start escorting you guys to your quarters.
I have a question first.
Sure.
So if wait, did nobody said they summoned food, right? I just realized that the issue conversation was in Vash's head.
I mean, I said later. I probably would have summoned some food if possible.
Vash might have thought of it once he reminded Ishu.
But would you have said it out loud or?
Probably not, since that was just reminding Ishu.
Okay, never mind then. I don't have a question because Orilyn wouldn't know that people summon food.
I mean, Ishu asked for like gourmet people jerky or something. Like,
Wait, he did?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe. I don't know.
I'm sure he asked for like lots of different
mean-
meats,
Yeah, probably.
all the different things. Yeah.
But wait, how do I know this? Because didn't he reply in Vash's head when Vash?
Yeah,
asked?
you wouldn't.
Yeah.
necessarily.
I'm talking to the players.
Oh yeah,
but
yeah.
but we've gotten the impression that we can get anything we want. So like food seems like one of those things that we could retroactively say
Well,
we thought
my question was
Right.
more of Orilyn was gonna ask if she knew that people asked for food, like if the food actually is beneficial here. Like, is it real?
Oh, that's a good question. That's a fair question.
But I can't ask it because she doesn't know that people are asking for food.
No, you can just be like, "Hey guys, did you ask for food?"
No, she wouldn't have thought of food.
Yeah, unless someone brought it up, is what she's saying. Orlin would have.
Yeah,
thought
she's
of it.
thinking that they're all gonna buy food while they're out on the town. So for her, she
like
doesn't
you normally do. Yeah.
She didn't even think of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you'll have to find out. You saw them growing crops. There were crops outside the city.
Oh, that's true. They could just summon it from there if needed.
Yeah, I mean, they look strange. Like they don't look like crops you've seen before. Just by the way, they're not growing like corn and grapes and stuff here, like and rice and stuff like that. It's all exotic stuff you've never seen before.
Orilyn definitely wants to see how they cook all this stuff.
Yeah. They don't. But
Oh.
we'll see.
We'll get to that.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
We'll get to that.
So yeah, if there's nothing else, Agape like accompany you to your room, your quarters or whatever, which basically you guys walk a few blocks through a city. There's a lot of the Gith around. It's a very densely populated city. The buildings are very nice, and most of them are like a white marble or some kind of exotic stone you've never seen before. Many have like special design to them, like they're shaped by hand or mentally into like strange depictions. Some of them may look like a person's face, one of the people. Others might look like images of a man, like a giant man with like his foot on the throat of like a mind flare, with like a great beard billowing in the wind. There's probably several plaques that you all would pass with writing on them that you can't read.
Can I ask, when we pass those and the thing, can I ask one of the two Gith that is accompanying us if that's the master and what they say?
Yeah. Hold on a second.
I can read it, by the way. I can read all writing.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
Well, then,
Let's see.
let's see.
I can't understand what they're saying, but I can read all writing.
Sense.
See if any of okay. Yes.
I love the idea that they have to translate everything to you, and then you read the signs, and you're like, "Oh, yeah, I know what that says," and they're like, "What?"
So a couple
Thought you needed
things.
a translator.
Vash, make a perception check.
Sure. Is that for the thing that I asked about?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
21? There was?
Yeah.
Then I will, before, at some point, I will ask for the book back from them. Just to ask them if I can hold on to it for a short while. Unless it is going to, like, family or something.
Yeah, one of them says that they would like to have it back, when you can.
For sure. I will tell them that I will return it before we leave.
Yeah, they agree and hand it to you.
And then the other thing. Just if that is the master, the guy standing on the throat.
Yes, it is. And the basically the plaque on this says something along the lines of the master freed us from our bonds. Something like that.
I take a mental image and just remember what he looks like.
Sure. It's a very like strong, like stereotypically heroic looking. He's like ripped.
But like a human, or is he Gith-like? Or
he looks like a human. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, really strong angular features, like Fabio, like hair blowing in the wind. Yeah, it's like it's a little much. It's a little much.
Oh god.
And it's made out of rock, so there's no color to it or anything. But yeah.
You all want me to ask him what the plaques say?
Oh, I can read the plaques.
Oh. What do they say?
Yeah.
How can you read it?
Aren't they in common?
Nope.
No.
Oh, well, I can read them. I don't know.
I like how
What?
Odayn calls his normal language common.
Yeah.
Well, what is the normal language called?
I don't know. What would it be called?
The common tongue is a fairly.
Yeah, the common
Yeah.
tongue is a fairly. But if you wanted to go with like, my husband looked up a whole bunch of the languages and what they're actually called. And Faerun Common is apparently depending on the area, like whatever area of this character that I have is from, is Thrasta is what their common is called.
Yeah, there is.
So like they have. Yeah, they do have other names for common. It's just everybody just calls it common. Just
that's fair. Yeah.
To make it easier.
So I was thinking about like if we needed to call it like say it derives from a language or something like that. And it's a little close to another word that's not a good word, but Cortesian might be a good, like if we had to call it, give the common tongue a name, because I feel like it would derive from the court, like the
language of the court, Cortesian.
Yeah. Yeah, basically, yeah. So that's, if you wanted to call it something besides common, you can call it that.
Since
sure.
it is similar to another word, you might want to spell it out.
Yeah, there's a,
Corton,
Jeez.
something.
it's not courtesan.
It's
Yeah, I know.
Cortesian.
It's
Cortesian.
Cortesian or Corton would be
Oh,
fine.
Easian.
Corton sounds a little
Slash
less like courtesan.
Corton. Yeah, maybe Corton. Corton might be.
I like Corton. That's fine. Or Corton, just Corton.
Corton.
All right. So where were we before we got on that tangent? Oh yeah, statues and stuff.
I can read the plaques.
Yeah. So you guys walk a few blocks. You probably walk by like an outdoor stone garden where there's like a class that are out there practicing their katas, basically like martial arts. So they're all like doing the same punches at the same time, and they're like shouting the same words when they're doing certain movements. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I did some kung fu when I was little, and so like they were like, "Yeah, you have to make this sound."
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. It comes from the diaphragm. You got to use your diaphragm.
Yeah.
I took some Shotokan when I was a kid. Yeah, and there's like a teacher that's like watching them, and kind of like silently judging. And occasionally he like walks up to the back of one of them and like elevates their elbow a little bit higher, or straightens their leg, like moves them around to get better posture. That's just one of the things you see as you guys walk by. Assuming nobody stops, Agape walks you up to what looks like, kind of looks like a tent, like a circular tent, small. Probably 10 to 15 foot across. And on the outside of it, it's basically like a circular shape. It's maybe 10, 15 feet high. But the outside of it is basically like a black curtain that just goes all the way down to the ground. And there's one place towards the front, and it's probably facing that like stone garden area where the folks are practicing their martial arts. There's like a little part in the curtain, like a doorway kind of. There's probably some tassels that kind of hang down from the top. And there's like room to walk through. It's dark on the interior. You can't really see from the outside. You have to walk up and part it with your hands and kind of walk through. And Agape kind of says, "All right, this should be the place."
This is another thing, like when we came through the gates, it's bigger on the inside.
That's right.
Okay, Melora, I'll be right back. And Olin's gonna go in.
All
I
right.
don't think that she's acting pretty shifty.
Yeah, you walk in, and it's basically like a central hallway. It's fairly nice. It's decorated in a style you don't recognize. There's a lot of like tapestry decoration, kind of stuff, like fractals, tapestries, very odd stuff. And there's a few like chairs and like end tables sort of sitting in this hallway. Down the hallway there's a door, presumably one for each of you. And on the other side of the hallway there's like it just continues into like a larger area. So presumably that's where like you'd go to find the bathrooms or what have you. It kind of seems like this hallway is where all the bedrooms are.
Cool. Orlin's gonna go straight for her room and pack up, or like do the hiding of some of the stuff she has up.
Yeah, there's a door that's marked with your family crest. Yeah, you can just walk up to that door and you open it and walk in. And on the inside is exactly what you imagined. If you imagined
all your family members.
do a
Yeah. All of her fan drawings.
Yeah.
And the portrait.
Yeah.
Oberon is just littered everywhere.
She flips them around so they're like pictures of her family and her pets and stuff.
Yeah, there's like a picture. There's like a picture of him laid out on a bed with his shirt off or something, and she like flip it over.
One of him on a
No,
stallion.
she doesn't just. Yeah, she doesn't just go flip it over. She's gonna like actually turn it inside out.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, so she'll just quickly take care of that. She'll leave the statues.
Okay.
Those are dignified enough to leave out, I guess.
Before. Oh, sorry, go on.
Go ahead. Sorry, I was just clearing my throat.
I was just going to say something before we all split up.
Go for it.
Okay. So before we split up, if any of you have any ideas of going into the city and buying things, just remember that we've been warned things that are made here don't travel with us, so be careful what you spend your money on.
Agape
Wait, are you
says-
saying this before Orilyn ran
Nope,
in, or
you left too soon.
okay, good.
Agape says things that are conjured don't travel, but goods you purchase should, as long as they're not conjured.
So everything here isn't. Why do people bother making things if the Anarchs can conjure it?
He says, not everyone. He says, here's what he says. There are more than 1 million people in the city. Not everyone garners an Anarch's attention, even if for just a few moments. They're a little too busy to go around conjuring things for everyone. They don't-
Wow, we're complete assholes, aren't we?
Yeah, there's kind of a chuckle, and he says, it's not a bother, really. They do enjoy meeting newcomers.
Okay, Vash is now embarrassed by his companions. It's not really new.
I mean, you asked for diamonds, bro.
Yeah.
Give it a minute.
I don't know about your companions. Your companions didn't do much.
I don't know,
Ask
I
for an
gave a
Olympic
pretty
swimming
reasonable
pool.
request.
Go ahead,
Got a hot tub, a swimming pool.
Lyram, what'd
No,
you
no,
say?
no.
I asked for something pretty reasonable. I wanted
Yeah.
a metal box to live out my
That's
days
true.
in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You asked
And
for the
Orilyn
minimum.
says 2 in 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. You did.
Everyone's
save
like, I
some
want
effort.
this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this.
Okay. So, yeah. So you've cleaned out your Oberon drawings and that kind of stuff. And yeah, you gave everybody a heads up. So, what would you guys like to do? You all retire to your rooms, or what?
Yeah, I'm going to burn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll
Yep.
go to box. I'll go to box.
I will establish the link with Ishu first without saying anything, just so that if I need to, I can contact him.
Okay. Sure, you can do that. And it'll stay active while you guys are all in your separate rooms.
I figured. Yeah,
if-
it's got to put it in long range.
If you imagined like a particular view out your window or what have you, you do have that view. So like, it's probably a little like weird, almost illusory, in some ways, like that. It's definitely the building's definitely larger on the inside. That's for sure. Some of your rooms are probably bigger than the like 10 to 15 foot I described.
Right.
So yeah, I mean, with that, we can cut to like a shot of you all like walking in your doors and closing them, and then I don't know. Do you guys want to go to break? Or do you want to go ahead and take a break? It seems like a good spot if we're gonna do the 5-10 minute break.
Sure.
Sure.
I have a bunch of stuff I want to do when we come back, but yeah.
Why don't we continue through till we complete the rest or something? Give it a couple more minutes.
Oh, it might take longer than that, to be honest.
Okay. All right. All
Or we
right.
could take a break while you do your thing.
Yeah, it's fine with me, I guess. Except for Sam doesn't get a break then, which doesn't work real well.
All right. We'll just go ahead and take like 5 or 10. We'll come back and then we'll just continue.
Cool.
And yeah, does this sound cool with everybody? Is that copacetic?
Yep.
All right, cool.
Yep.
Well, thanks for playing, guys. And yeah, we'll be back in just a few minutes. Let's see how these guys are doing. Hey, are you guys back yet?
Yep.
Yeah. So what are you guys doing during your break? Tim, if you didn't want your own closet with the suit that you would step into inside, it might just be set up in the hallway, kind of like a suit of armor. Like
That's fine.
On a pedestal or something.
It's more efficient. It doesn't take up a room.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking.
It could be decoration outside Orilyn's room.
Yeah.
I mean, she's a noble. She might have stuff like that just in the hallways of her house.
yeah. Right now. So you guys are able to go in your room. And I guess Melora's, we decided, is a part of your room. So there's just like a big circular pool area, like maybe off to the side somewhere. Maybe it's sort of like a big open air room. That's like next to a giant pool. But it doesn't smell like chlorine or anything. It just smells like nice, clean, fresh water.
Spring water.
Yeah. And let me take a look at something here. Because Laura, I don't know if Orilyn was really up to something like Wolf was concerned about, or like Vash was concerned about. But Melora was kind of up to something.
Oh no.
Let me see if she could do the thing.
So she does something as soon as they enter, or
No. She just goes over and looks at the pool. And you do see like there's like the pool is kind of ornate around the edges. It's like circular. There's like engravings along the outer edges of it, and there's a little like where you would step into it. There are some steps that kind of lead down into it, and there's like a pedestal. These pedestal things on either side of the stairs on the outside of the pool. One of them has a very expensive looking crystal ball sitting on it. And when you walk in,
I forgot about that.
Melora looks directly at the she doesn't like go running to the pool area. She sort of tries to take her time. And you might be able to tell that she's trying not to appear too anxious. Yeah, and she goes and she looks directly at that orb that's sort of sitting there, and then she turns and says, so what's the plan? Are we just here to rest and then we move on?
I think so. Is that related to what we talked about that one time before, where you said you needed a expensive shiny thing, and you might be able to see stuff?
She nods.
How many times can you do that?
She says twice per day most.
Okay. Orilyn would probably remember who they were going to look upon, but Ella totally forgot. Can you remind me?
I mean, there were probably several things that you could do the scrying with.
Yeah. Were we going to scry Oberon, or was it something else? Because my brain is so.
I mean, it was so long ago. When was it actually?
It
Uh,
was, I think,
I think the
n-
plan.
either the first or second night that we were in the Feywilds, which is not that long ago for the party, but
Yeah, for us,
a while ago for us.
like months ago. I think there was a couple things. Yeah, Oberon might have been a possibility. Also, like maybe you're thinking about scrying on your family.
Yeah, that was my thought for just now. I don't know if she was thinking about that when they first talked about it, but yeah.
It's also possible y'all had considered scrying on Uberman, the master himself, or maybe like one of your patrons, or Nurnum, or I mean, relatively anyone. Seraphina, Avachai, I don't know. There's
I know where Avachai is.
yeah. I don't know if you guys, maybe a Grovey or something like that, or the Flesh. Like there's a lot of stuff you could scry on.
Yeah. But I know whatever it was something that was just Orilyn and Malora's conversation.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe it's been too long for me too. Oberon sounds about right.
Probably Oberon. It was probably Oberon.
Yeah, I don't know.
But,
If any of you other players have an idea of what it is, feel free to help us out.
Because you have to be able to know who you're scrying, right?
I think so. So
Yeah. So it's not like we could ask her to scry. I mean, obviously she knows Oberon, but she doesn't know Orlin's family, so we wouldn't be able to do that. But
so you can. So basically, the spell says the target is a particular creature you choose that is on the same plane of existence as you. So it can't be somebody in the Feywild if you're doing it in Chaos.
oh right. Yeah, so Orlin will just like, so who are we looking at first?
She says,
I'm
I'm not certain we'll be able to look at anyone useful here. I mean, I could try to spy on Odayn, I suppose, but I don't see what good that would do. Honestly, I was thinking more of trying to take the component.
Oh.
That way I can use it later when it would be more useful.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I thought we were gonna get in, but stealing is wrong type of lecture.
From Alora or from Orla?
No, from Orilyn.
I mean, they summoned all this stuff for us, so you know.
She says, can you think of anyone in the chaos that would benefit us spying on them? Let me roll something here.
You could, well, I don't know. Maybe you could see if anybody in my family's here,
Can
and
you
they
make,
just don't know it.
Can you make an insight check? Ooh.
Not very well.
Oh, okay. So she seems like she's being pretty honest with you about not having any idea who to scry on. But yeah, she says, I suppose we can try one for a member of your family,
And they absolutely have to be here.
for it to work.
So
Otherwise,
if Lord Oberon, well, never mind. I guess if his orb is here, it would explain a lot. I was just thinking maybe since he gave me the bow here, maybe you could see if he's here. But maybe there's a place we could go to other than his palace here.
what
Could
do
you
you mean?
spy something like that?
What do you mean? What's-
Like
I'm not sure the DM understands the question.
so Orlin's just thinking because he had some sort of presence where they were in the fake Feywild area. What if there was a way a place here where they could do the whatever needs to be done to bring him back instead of his palace?
So Melora knows there's the only way to do that is to go to a like tree, basically.
Mm-hmm.
It can't be done on this side. It has to be done in the Feywild. But that being said, you do know his influence extends to all planes. His influence was in the world because there's plants there, and
Yeah, that's
kind of
what I meant by like if his influence is here, maybe there is possibly another spot that could work, kind of thing.
So she says, it has to be a creature, and I suppose we could try to scry on Oberon, but it might just take us to the orb. I don't know that it would take us to, if there was a place of power like that for him here.
If you cast it, can I see it too?
She shakes her head. No.
Oh. Well, I'll let you know if I think of anything here that we could try to see.
Yeah, she sort of like nods her head up and down.
Orilyn is gonna go sit in her meditation station, and place the bow in its special holder, and grab the Fea plush.
Okay.
And just like hold it in her lap as she'll I'm gonna do my thing now.
Yeah.
Make yourself comfortable.
Yeah, she goes and walks toward the pool. And she like steps down into the water and just vanishes as she does so, right? 'Cause she turns invisible in the water. Make a perception check. So you don't see this, okay? So we see her like disappear into the water, and then like you're cradling your Fea plushie, and you're in your meditation station or whatever. You turn in a way to relax, but you're like facing away from her or off to the side or something. and then like we, the audience, we see the camera changes focus, so the background becomes clear and you become blurry, and we see a hand reach up from the water and grab the orb and pull it back into the water. And then we cut to eeny, meeny, miny, Tim. What is Lyram doing?
Lyram is in his box, trying to sleep. And by sleep, I mean be offline. He's off.
Okay. So do we just see you just like sitting in the box not doing anything?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Yeah, so maybe we pause on that for a moment, and then I guess we just transition to someone else.
Wait,
Odayn?
if he's gonna be offline the whole time, did he need to be able to see everywhere?
I can see.
Oh, okay.
Low power
It's like
mode.
standby mode kind of thing.
Yeah. It looks like I'm off.
Right on. Yeah. Okay. Well, the hallway is quiet. Yeah. Okay. So we'll cut to Odayn. Odayn, what are you doing?
Odayn's probably gonna try to take a bath if he can
Okay.
find a bathroom, and then after that, he's gonna probably just pass out because it's been however long we've been in limbo.
Yeah.
It's been a long time since we've rested.
Okay. So yeah, you grab like a towel or something in the hallway. Maybe here's how the scene changes. So we're focused on Lyram's statue, and Lyram, you do see something. So you see Odayn come out of his room, and he walks over close to you, and he like opens up a cupboard that's sort of sitting there, and inside the cupboard you see a bunch of these like towels, and he grabs like a towel and like slings it over his shoulder, and then he walks like out of the hallway where it exits on the opposite side of the door coming in, and then the camera follows Odayn. And Odayn, you walk into this you're like looking around for the bathrooms, kind of checking the place out, and you do find the baths. The baths, because it's a very large like communal bathing area that's meant for basically like luxury bathing area. So there's it's just like very deep, very nice, like steaming hot pool with like multiple places to climb in and out. There's like seating areas in the water. There's probably like along the sides of it like stacks of very fine soaps and oils and fragrances, even like I don't know, like herbs and stuff that you might drip in the water for smell and stuff like that. And yeah, you find a very nice bathing area.
I think he's never tried any of these fancy smells and soaps, so he's probably gonna try them all.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, you can go through them. A lot of them are the smells are strange. Maybe some of them are not from the world. So like maybe some of them are from different planes, for example. And so yeah, it's quite the experience. I don't know if you've ever had like a luxury bath or anything like that in real life. I haven't, so I have no idea. But it's very different. So maybe we just like cut to the entire pool area being filled with like bubbles and stuff.
Are there
like
other
that.
people there, or is it just empty?
It's empty unless one of your friends is in there. I don't know if anyone else is going to the baths.
Communal bathing.
Yeah, it's just like a giant luxury communal bathing area, basically.
So, did Orilyn get the small pool that she requested?
Yeah, in your room.
Okay, good. The one smaller than Melora's. I'm just double checking because if it's a communal bath, if she didn't get that.
No, I mean
You'd have to complain to the manager.
she kind of wanted her own pool, right?
Yeah.
If you guys wanted like private bathing areas, it would be attached to your room, probably as well.
Cool.
Yeah, it's just one of those weird things. It's probably the reason it looks like this is because this is what the master has in his palace, and Agape was the one describing the bathrooms to the Anarch, and not you guys imagining them. So that's probably what's going on here. It's like when Agape thinks of baths, he thinks of the master's luxury baths or whatever. So that's what ended up here. All right. Is there anything else
Yeah,
you'd like to do in here, Odayn?
I think Odayn's just gonna relax, close his eyes. It's been a while since he had any me time, so he's just gonna,
So we just get
try.
like a nice scene of of like an oiled up Odayn with his shirt off, and from waist up in the tub, just like rubbing down and stuff. Maybe in slow mo,
Right.
with some like soft music, little Vaseline on the camera lens.
Scene we didn't know we needed.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so yeah, you enjoy your luxury bath. You don't have any like points of exhaustion or anything like that.
No.
All right, cool. Let's see. Sha'ah, what are you doing?
Shaw's like thinking about his past before this whole aberrations came about, because he has PTSD when it arrived. So he can't sleep. That's why he wanted those counting sheep therapy.
So how did you imagine the illusory sheep?
Instead, like, the sheep are like just jumping on the fence, and he keeps like 1, 2, 3, and he couldn't fall asleep easily. So it's just like 1, 2, 3, and then he's like, I can't sleep.
Okay.
And then instead of the sheep, he probably takes comfort thinking like maybe his dogs can do it. So the dogs are jumping instead of the sheep.
Yeah.
And he finds comfort of that, because it reminds him of his family. These dogs are like he named them after his siblings. There are 6 dogs jumping, and he thinks of them as like horses, like centaur horses.
Right on.
And it's like, oh, there's Beast jumping on that hurdle. There's Faye, there's Gloom, there's Horizon, there's Hunter and Monster. These are his siblings' names. But then they just refer to themselves as Shahs. So
Okay.
and then he falls asleep laying on his side, knowing that they might be still alive. Hopefully they get see each other in the Feywilds after being here in Limbo.
Do we see like any flashbacks, like relived memories or anything like that?
Oh, definitely when he was thinking of the trauma, he probably saw like so what happened before the aberrations arrived, it was like a wild hunt that they had to do. And then from there, like, it killed his uncle. His uncle's name was Paul. And then I think he also killed I don't know if he killed any of his siblings. He's not sure. But then he probably saw like a lot of like mine looking things creeping around as he tries to kill them, surviving all alone.
So, who killed your family members? Your uncle?
I don't know what it's called, but it looks like a. I remember like you mentioned something about like there's these flying heads with like when Serafina's still around. I'm envisioning that killed his uncle.
Oh, those flying brain things
Yeah.
with like the beak on the front of them. Yeah, I know. What
Yeah,
you're
with the
talking
beak.
about. Okay. Wow, that's a terrible way to go, man.
Yeah.
Those things. Oh. Ooh. Okay. So yeah, we get like a scene of these random flashes, right? And we hear maybe like the
Mhm.
uncle screaming with like high reverb on the audio. And then we cut to like a Sha'ah who's like wide-eyed laying there trying to sleep.
Yeah. His uncle's last words was run that hurdle, jump on that fence. And that's
Yeah.
why he's like trying to sleep with like his siblings jumping on that
Some
fence,
weird last
thinking
words.
that
Wolf. Yeah, we get like this is just so we hear like him saying that with like a high we're cutting back and forth, and
Right.
and we see like tentacles wrapping around him, but it's like zoomed in way on him, so we don't see like quite what it is in some of the flashes, right? And then in others we see like lightning behind the silhouette of this floating brain tentacled creature, and you know, there's probably something else in there too. Maybe something you didn't realize you saw at the time. There's another creature, more tentacles, but they're paler. They're not the same kind of purple color that we've seen on some of the lyres before. They're almost a gray or even a white. And they're very long, and then they're extending down from this dark cloaked figure. And it's too dark for us to really see its face. But we see it juxtaposed with the screaming of the family members dying. We see it cut to flashes of like you running through flesh wilderness. And we see this thing behind you in a lot of these cuts. We don't ever see it moving necessarily, like running after you, but it's always like standing next to a tree watching as you run through the flesh forest, and these glowing white whitish blue eyes. It's the only thing that stands out in the darkness is these glowing light blue eyes. Maybe we get like a crack of lightning and we see like these very long like white tentacles hanging down almost to like all the way to like the tips of its fingers. Yeah. Do you ever fall asleep?
Yeah, like he's just like opening his eyes while he's trying to go to sleep. He starts praying to Sir Nonos that hopefully his family is safe. And then that's when he starts like he feels like a sound of a bell. The bell that he's wearing like chimes, and then he starts falling asleep.
Okay. Vash, what are you doing?
Muted myself. I have a few things. So when I get in the room, just to test out the magic, he's going to cast Cure Wounds on himself.
Okay.
Does it continue going off like we've seen things happen before?
No.
Okay, so it is normalized now.
Yep.
Okay. So
recover your 11 HP or whatever. Okay. Yeah, you got it.
Tulpa, you there?
I am.
How you feeling?
Better.
Good. Been busy and haven't had a chance to check on you.
Yeah, things have been a little Strange. What about you?
How much? I'm alive. It's been shitty, but I'm here.
What happened with that creature?
Which creature are you referring to?
The fire one.
Oh, you saw that?
Is it just me, or does something feel different?
Not overly. What do you feel?
I don't know. Strange sort of strength.
Did you hear it when it spoke?
I did.
Do you have any idea what it was?
Well, if I had to guess, I would say it was probably one of these fragments of Aed that we've been looking for.
I suspected, but I wasn't sure. Is it? You've seen the spirit, my spirit. Why do they look so similar? I've never seen that creature before.
No, I haven't either. I don't know. Perhaps it has something to do with your connection to this Aed.
Yeah, I don't know if I like that. Connections with these higher beings generally doesn't turn out well.
They were very similar.
Similar.
Well, it was basically a larger version of your
Oh,
wildfire
of the spirit. Yeah, they seemed very similar.
More powerful, certainly. And it
Oh, just a bit.
it definitely seemed focused on you for some reason. At least at first.
Hmm.
Maybe we should ask Gape or this master when we speak with them. Maybe
The only problem with that is other people knowing. Might be worth a shot, though. You're too trusting, you know that?
Yeah, I know.
So you feel back to full strength?
Yeah, I feel good.
Don't feel like having me rip you out?
No?
Do you remember that?
What are you talking
You were
about?
pretty upset. When it was like showing me that he's a little silver thing somewhere
Oh.
inside.
Oh, yeah. He says, no, I still remember that. I'm just gonna have to come to terms with it, I suppose.
You know, what is it that bothers you? That you're similar to those things?
Yes.
I'm similar to Odayn and other humans, but nothing alike.
I suppose that's right. And I'm nothing like them. Maybe it's a clue.
Clue to what you are?
Yeah, what our people are.
Do you remember the last thing I had you working on?
Remind the DM.
I actually don't remember. I believe it was. That's why I asked.
This is not the first time this has happened.
It's a while. It's been a while. A lot of stuff happened.
The last time this came up, the same conversation happened where you're like, I had you doing something, I don't remember what it was.
Yeah. Getting bad about that. I should write this down.
There,
I'll write it down this time.
I feel like there might have been something about like looking into dragons or what he was exactly, the nature of him.
Right. Actually, I think that's what led into that scene. Him kind of figuring out that he is something inside, and he was upset about it.
Yeah.
Okay. I need you to shift focus if you can.
I'll try. What is it?
What do you know about magic?
Well, as much as you do at the moment.
That's it?
My connection, remember?
Maybe it's a question for the Forgotten One then.
I can tell you this. Something feels different.
Can't tell what it is.
Well, I think I suspect what it is, but I could be wrong.
Share your theory.
I think there's another Kalishtar nearby.
Nearby here?
I can feel them. I don't know how to explain it.
I guess they said they get visitors. There could be one in the city.
Perhaps. What if... What if the master is one? If I can get close enough, if you can lay a hand on whoever this Kalishtar is, I can get that connection back. At least with that one.
You need to be close.
I need you to touch them.
Wow. All right. What happens if you make this connection?
Well, I might be able to pull knowledge from them. Whatever isn't nailed down.
Well, they know.
Anything related to us. It's likely their version of me will know. But as soon as it happens, we'll be connected.
Version of you.
It's just me. And as soon as we make contact, I think I'll just get some memories back or some knowledge, and we'll be on the same page. I don't see any reason that they would attack us or anything like that. I think our people look out for each other.
Not what we've seen so far, but let's see. If it doesn't risk whoever this thing's animosity is.
Igrovi, he's not like the rest. I have to believe that.
Well, in the meantime, because I think it'll be at least a day before we get to see him. If it is, why do you believe it'd be the master?
It's the only thing that comes to mind. That statue, he looked human. So do we. Unless there's someone else. Like you said, it could be someone in the city.
Well, we'll get to that when the time comes, I suppose.
For now, I just need you to try and figure out, if you don't know anything already, help me figure out what is the difference between my magic and someone like Ishu. I need to know how it works.
What do you mean?
The more we know about it, the more I can use it.
Well,
Starting to understand that here.
I can sense that you draw magic in a different way than Ishu.
Exactly. And that much I know, but how does that happen? How is it that we can do similar things with different sources?
Let me see here, Vash. Let me take a look at something. Okay. And you're probably going to see something going on here in a second. Oh, I got a...
I sent you a message.
Oh, okay, I see.
Just to explain.
Me do this.
It's really not my skill.
Oh, buddy. I really wish he didn't roll in that one. He says, oh, hey, Unrooted's here. Hey, thanks, Unrooted, for the
I don't know I'm making the roll, so I can't use inspiration, right?
It's not you making the roll.
Oh, okay.
It's Tulpa through
Okay.
you. So he says, yeah, I have no idea, unfortunately.
Well, maybe the master will know, or someone else, but there seems to be some kind of inherent weaknesses and strengths to these different types of magic. I was struggling, but the others were much better off. I need to find a way to prevent that from happening again.
Maybe, look, maybe the people are right. Maybe the answer to that question lies within.
We'll see.
Look, maybe you shouldn't discount it so fast. Our mind is our
Meditation.
strongest weapon, is it not?
It is, but you can't use your mind by making it go blank.
No, it's about
Focus is one thing, but
discipline. It's not about making the mind go blank. It's about focusing all of your attention on what's in front of you to the point where it's second nature. Do you think about breathing?
no, it's just something that happens.
Right.
So you think the magic should be like breathing?
I just think that in this place, for them, maybe it is. Look, we're used to being a superior person in an ordinary world, but Vash, maybe you need to learn to be an ordinary person in a superior world. At least right now.
How's that even supposed to mean?
It just means
You're
that,
saying accept that I'm weaker here, then that's not going to happen.
well, maybe if you were able to accept it, it wouldn't be so hard for you to focus. Maybe that's why it's more difficult for you.
That doesn't make any sense. You're speaking in circles.
Well,
Right.
at least I tried. Maybe
Just
maybe one day you'll get it.
sure. By the way, I'm glad you're better. I need the help.
Me too. Glad to help if I can.
You need anything? I have some things I'm gonna be working on.
Like what?
Well, I have some ideas. I'm gonna try a few things out now that the spells seem to be working well. Magic seems to be working better again.
Good. Is that what the diamonds are for?
Some of it. You'll see.
Okay. Well, whatever you
Um,
got planned. Best of luck.
Yeah. So can I I guess can I go to Sha'ah's door and knock?
Yeah. Sure. Sha'ah, you hear a knock at your door.
Wait a minute. He stumbles as he stands up. Who's there?
It's Vash.
What do you need? As he walks
Said
closer
you
to the
needed
door.
healing. We're here.
Oh, yes. Did you sleep well?
I
I
haven't
sure
slept yet.
didn't.
It's been like 15 minutes.
Well, yeah. I guess so. Yeah, I do need healing. Something about my... I don't know. I don't feel 100%.
Fair enough. Can I come in?
Sure.
All right. So I will enter. Do you have the illusioned dogs jumping fences and stuff? Or are they not illusions, your dogs?
My dogs aren't illusions. They're just like
Oh,
spirits.
okay. So Vash will kind of look around, shake his head. Okay, so I haven't actually used this spell yet, so it may take me a minute to try and work it out. So I just need you to sit and be kind of silent for a few.
Should I focus on something?
You can focus on anything you want, as long as it doesn't disturb me.
Alright.
And then Vash will sit down in front of you, and like focus for a minute, try and think up what he's trying to do, and begin speaking in Kori. And about a minute passes, and then he says, I'm not sure that
Is it
you'd never try
working?
to harm me in any way, would you?
I haven't. I tried to heal you, but you were stuck on a tree.
It's strange. All right, just don't ever try to harm me or interfere with my plans.
What are your plans?
Let me try this again, I guess. And he'll sit and like chant for another minute. Doesn't seem to be working. Maybe I do need to rest. Thought the horse had rejuvenated me, but
Agape?
yes, Agape. Listen,
Okay.
I'll come back tomorrow, I guess.
All right.
We'll try it again. Let me know if you're feeling any better in the morning.
Hopefully, I do feel any better. Something better at least. Well, have a good night's rest. I'm gonna start weaving once Vash leaves.
Okay. Oh. Oh, I understand.
Yeah.
Once.
I guess I'll go back to my room. Or actually, I'll go to Ishu's room next, but yeah.
Give me 1 second. I'm gonna have to correspond privately with somebody. Potentially
Okay.
text.
Sure.
Okay. You said you were gonna go back to Ishu's room?
Well, yeah, I'm gonna go to Ishu's. I have to chat with him for a minute.
Okay.
See if he can do a thing.
Okay, that's fine. You walk into I guess you knock on Ishu's door, right?
Yeah.
And
I would probably, because I have the mental connection, I would let him know. I'm outside your door.
yeah. He comes over and opens the door, and he says, "All right, come on in." His room.
What do I see as far as the meat?
It's a mess. Like, there's the meat is just like hanging from hooks all over the room. Like, it's not in like a kitchen area or a food area. His room is just like a sloppy wooden room. It's not nice or anything. And it's just got a bunch of dried meats hanging from hooks. And he lets you in, and then he walks up to one of them and like pries a strip of meat off and eats it, and he like throws it in his
Is it
gullet.
cooked or is it raw?
I mean it's dried, so it's basically raw meat.
It's like
but
jerky.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
But
very
yeah,
homey.
there's like a haphazard mess of like some spellcasting ingredients. They're not organized at all. The place is a wreck. There's just like a few pillows in a corner to like sleep on or whatever. And Ishu's like, yeah, it's okay. It gets the job done. So what's going on?
Oh, I'm glad you're enjoying it. I need to talk to you. I actually need your assistance with something if you can. Tomorrow, not today, but
Okay.
so listen. You've seen me conjure things. You've seen me conjure creatures, right?
Yeah.
Do you have any capability to do that? Have you ever tried?
I conjure creatures. It's not.
Spirits that take the form of a creature. It's generally how it works for me.
I don't really do that. I mean, I can.
If I show you, if I tell you how I do it, could you try for me?
What? Why?
I have a plan. I need to know. It's a two-man job, but it could help us.
So I don't think you can just like teach somebody a spell. I don't think that's how it works, right?
No, so oops, was I muted? Yeah. So basically, I guess what he's gonna do is go through each of the spells that he knows, like summon bestial spirit, summon all the way up until the one that Wolf knows that he can learn, which is one of his strongest ones. Or he can know anyways.
Wait. Start over.
So I'm
Go ahead.
out of character, I'm wondering if he can swap spells to have this spell tomorrow. It is one that he should be able to learn. It's a sorcerer spell.
Okay.
And it's this.
Oh. Yeah, I was gonna give him this next time he levels. Let's see here.
But using that one UA, he should be able to get it, I guess, if he trades something for it.
Yeah, right. Using the what was
He
it?
doesn't have to. Vash is requesting, so I guess he could say no.
I mean, he's not going to turn down learning a new spell. I don't see him doing that. So yeah, I mean, as long as it's like within the, you know, the rules of the game for him to be able to do that, then sure, they'll take you up on it.
Okay.
You're gonna teach me a spell? Sure. Yeah. What's the spell?
Well, I'm gonna try and teach you. I'm hoping you can learn one of these. Our magic works different, and I'm looking into that. But for now, I don't really understand it. So we'll just have to see. And then he'll just go through however long it takes, an hour or two or whatever, just going through each spell from the lowest level to highest. So that would be the last one, technically. And I don't know if he just gets the feeling that he can do that or something. I'm not sure how that would work.
So from what I understand, wizards are the only class that can find and learn spells.
Right.
Like, I don't think any other class can just like learn a spell from somebody else. Am I wrong?
No. No, I think it's just wizards with spell books and scrolls.
So like you spend an hour or two trying to teach him this spell. Let me see here. And he seems confused. Like there's parts of it he gets. He's like, and you know, maybe it's let me take a look at the spell here. Maybe it's he understands the words you use and stuff. Like he's like they can make sense. And they sound right to him. But it's something about the way you trace the rune that he can't get down. And you know, eventually he starts to get frustrated with it, and he says, "Look, this isn't the way that I do my magic, Vash. This isn't gonna work."
All right. Well, you try it, I suppose. Just think on it. This could really help us if we can make it work.
All right. He kind of is trying to remember the words. He's going over them again and again. And he's like tracing the rune, and he's doing it correctly. Like he's following the proper technique or whatever. But you can tell it's just not vibing with him. Let me take a.
Oh,
go ahead. You're fine.
I think just get some rest. Or do you feel fine? You didn't get hit by any of those creatures. You don't feel weird.
No, I feel okay. I think.
All right. Rest, and maybe we'll try again tomorrow. And maybe take a bath.
Ew.
It's okay. That's too much to ask, I suppose.
Yeah, it is.
See you tomorrow, Ishu. Let me know if you need anything.
Thanks, Vash.
and I'll just go back to mode.
Okay. So we know what Ishu's doing. We know what Melora's doing. I guess we've stopped on everybody. Yeah. Is there anybody we missed? I don't think so. I think we've covered everyone's rest. Oh yeah, I was gonna look at something. So let me check this thing out first. So I just want to know. So I didn't get an answer from the person I asked. So
Does that mean I find you in the bath when I go like 3 hours later?
Yeah, you walk into the bath
Odayn.
and Odayn's asleep in there snoring.
I'll just walk up and like shake his shoulder.
The end of Odayn's character arc is he dies drowning in the
dies in the
bathtub because he
bath.
falls asleep.
What? Wait, what happened? Oh, hi, Vash.
Yeah. Hey, you fell. Oh God! All right, sit back down in the water, please. You
Okay.
fell asleep.
Oh.
You realize you can drown.
He like looks at his fingers. He's like all wrinkly. He's like, okay, I probably should go back to my room.
Yeah, you probably should.
Well, thanks for waking me up. Have a
No
good
problem.
bath.
Hey, Odayn, how are you feeling? No issues from the things we fought?
A little sleepy, but otherwise I'm good. Why? How are you doing?
I'm fine. I'm a little drained, but Sha'ah mentioned that he didn't feel 100% after fighting those things, so I'm kind of checking in.
Which things? We fought a lot.
You know, I didn't even think to ask.
Because, well, we fought the giant floating eye. We fought those frogs. We fought slimy monster things. We fought the giant bird.
I kind of assume it was the weird slimy monster thing. I think I spent a little bit of time as a puddle of goo. Didn't like it.
Yeah, I didn't. The same thing happened to me. I didn't really like it. That's why first thing I did when I got here was take a bath. To be honest, looks like you had the same idea.
Yeah. Do you want me to just check you out, make sure you're good?
Sure. Odayn stands up and then like puts his arms out like, here.
Please, just sit down. It's not necessary.
Oh, I thought you were gonna check me out.
Not like magically.
Oh. Okay. Well, how do you do that?
Just give me a minute, I suppose. So
okay.
I guess he's gonna try again. He's gonna sit down and chant in Corey for a minute.
So
do I recognize the spell?
do you understand Corey?
Nope.
Then I don't think you recognize the spell. He chants in Corey. I don't.
Has he done this before?
No. It's definitely not a spell you've seen him cast before.
Yeah.
Um,
Most of Vash's stuff is pretty quick usually.
checking your spell list now. It's not a spell from your spell list. All right.
It doesn't work.
1 second. Okay.
So Vash stops. Do you feel anything different?
Do I feel anything different? I'm not sure.
You don't. This doesn't make any sense.
What exactly did you do, Vash? What was that supposed to do?
I'm not sure. I haven't actually used it successfully yet. I'm not sure.
Do you want to walk us through exactly what you said? Like you were chanting in Corey and stuff. What was there anything else that happened that we would notice?
Nope.
Okay.
He just chants for a minute, like focuses on Odayn, and get worked again. So nothing happens.
Okay.
What was it supposed to do, Vash? If I'm
Well,
allowed to ask.
it was supposed to help. But
Help
if you don't feel
how?
anything different,
Help how? Like, is it supposed to make me stronger? Is it supposed to make me relax? Well,
not exactly. It's
what do you mean by
hard to
help?
explain. It's kind of hard to explain. I'm still experimenting with it, sort of.
Okay, well, I guess when you figure out how to explain it, let me know.
Yeah, I can always
Otherwise,
try again
I'll
later.
probably head to bed.
Here,
I'm
I'll
gonna
reach
do-
out and cast Cure Wounds on you.
Thank
You look
you.
like you're still hurt. Well, that worked. Damn it.
That's
All right,
8.
just sleep well, I guess. No, it's just the 12. I don't have the spirit.
Oh, okay.
And
All
try
right.
to fall asleep somewhere that isn't water.
Well, do you need help, like washing your back or something?
No, thanks for the offer, though.
All right. Well, good night.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. And then it walks off.
And then I'll just bathe. Yeah.
Okay.
Two
Right on.
tries, two fails.
Okay. So I guess you all can take your long rest. Unless there's anything anyone else would like to do, you guys can all refill your HPs, your spell slots, all that good stuff.
After Orilyn's 4 hours of trance, when she went to take her bath in her room, did Melora come back out or not of the body of water?
Yeah, she probably did after a while. Let's see here.
Orilyn would probably realize the orb is coming too.
It is, yeah. She doesn't like offer you any information about what happened. She tries her best to pretend like nothing happened. Let's see how well she does.
Right. Oh, did you remember somebody to try to watch?
Make an insight check.
I'm gonna use my inspiration.
Okay, all right. Oh, good. Okay. So she goes, no, honestly, I couldn't think of anyone to watch. She is lying. She looks down and to the left when she says it.
But why did you take it with you then?
I just wanted to go ahead and make sure I had it on me.
What, did you think I was gonna do something with it?
No, of course not.
Right. If I show you a secret, will you tell me a secret?
Depends.
I always wanted to do a slumber party, but I couldn't. So I'm kind of treating this like a little bit of a slumber party, if that's okay.
Sure, I suppose.
Right, so it's secret game.
Just like
And
squints
she'll
at you.
she'll go up to one of the pictures that is just got a painting of one of her family members and flip it over. Yeah, so the statues you see aren't all of my decoration.
Interesting.
This is why I was cleaning up when I said to wait.
Is this supposed to be embarrassing for you?
Just don't tell him, okay?
Why?
It's a little embarrassing.
She does the thing where she like puts the tips of her fingers to her mouth and kind of chuckles a little under her breath. And she says, so what? I'm supposed to tell you a secret now?
Yeah. If you want, it could be the one that you were just keeping from me.
Settled T100.
She goes, well, if you must know, I was trying to scry on my father. I figured his influence might be strong here, being the realm of chaotic elements and all of that.
Did you see anything?
I did.
Was it embarrassing?
No. She like furrows her brow a little bit.
Okay, well,
I mean, you could just ask her what she saw if you want.
I guess if you really don't want to talk about it, you don't have to, but I just thought, if we shared a couple of secrets with each other, maybe we could get along a lot better.
She kind of like, and she says, let me see something. I know what she saw, but I'm not sure how to describe. Okay. She says, I saw an immense serpent, miles long, made of water. It's angry, destructive, vengeful.
And you said you were scrying your father?
She nods.
Is he a big river?
No. That's why it's confusing. It wasn't a river.
Did a river eat him?
No. It wasn't a river. It was a creature. A large serpent made of water. I just said that. It looked like it had a face, a mouth on it. It was opened wide. And it screamed.
Like in pain or anger?
Anger.
Just anger, no pain.
No pain as far as I know.
And it didn't look like it was corrupted by the flesh, because you know some of the water got corrupted.
I didn't see any flesh corruption. It seemed like it wanted to consume maybe me, things like me, or anything in its path, really.
And you're sure it's not your father in like some other form?
She kind of like pauses for a moment and she says, "That worries me more, if it is."
I mean, it's worrisome a bit either way, because if it seems like he wants to consume things, isn't that kind of what the flesh likes to do?
That's not necessarily why it worries me. I could tell that the things it really wanted to consume was creatures like me, tied to its element. It wasn't looking to eat people or beasts. It wanted water, more water to feed it.
Did it want to consume the people you met with, the twins?
I don't think so.
And it's on this plane, not because you said you could only see it on this plane, right?
It's here somewhere.
So
Maybe
let's agree you don't enter any water here.
well, it would have to be an ocean to fit this thing.
Well, I think it's still good to be safe, right?
I suppose so. It's just if this thing is an aspect of my father, it's a part of him somehow, piece of him, then that means that I may be just an aspect of him too. That's why it worries me.
So you're worried you might want to do the same thing?
No. I just look, remember how I said I wasn't my father's to give away?
Right.
Well, what if it turns out, in a way, I actually am?
Don't you have a mother too?
She kind of like, she squints her eyes a bit, and then she says, I don't know. I never met her.
You don't know if you have a mother?
I don't think it always works that way with us. We're not like creatures that make offspring. It's different with gods.
Now Orilyn's looking worried too. Because if Melora had a mother, then Orilyn would be like, well, obviously you aren't just an aspect of him, but now there is a chance.
Yeah,
So-
like maybe she's just like the personification of her father's rebellion or some shit. You know, like that's why she doesn't listen.
So you were gonna not tell me about this. So I'm assuming we're in agreement we won't share our secrets with the others for the time being.
And she kind of like tilts her head up and like looks down her nose at you, kind of, and she says, "I suppose I won't if you don't."
I mean, I feel like yours might be a bit important for the others to know, just in case. But I won't say anything. I'll leave it to you to decide.
Yeah, she kind of like furrows her brow at you. She says, "What's that supposed to mean? Is this some kind of test?"
What?
She says, "You just trying to goad me into making the decision that you want?"
No, I'm just giving you my honest opinion.
I don't think the creature is a threat to us. I'm gonna post the image of what she saw in the Discord for you. Let me see.
I feel like I might have seen it before because I can imagine what you're describing in my head.
Look at something like that.
Oh, that's cool.
I haven't seen that exact thing before.
That's-
But I have seen something before a long time ago that I was picturing. It's
Let's
like
see.
a current dragon kind of thing.
Yeah, let me see if I can put it into Roll20 so I can show the folks watching here. It's in Roll20. Just gotta copy it to my library. There we go. And do this, and then I should just be able to, boom, there we go. Something like that. That's what she saw.
She thinks it's here.
It's in the chaos. Like, it's not near you guys at all.
Serious.
It's just on the same plane of existence.
So any of those times that Tim decided to go to that water area, he could have just been gobbled.
Yeah. Like, yeah, Lyram was probably very close to it when he went to that water area. Yeah. Maybe closer than he realized.
A water area too.
Do what?
I did.
So didn't Vash also go to a water area?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Ella, are you okay? I just saw the. Oh, never mind. Damn,
Oh,
I just now saw that. That's my bad. Gosh, that's terrible.
bad that they confirm she did eat it, though. Would have been nice if there wasn't any
Right.
poison in the vomit.
I hope the dog's okay.
Me too.
I can't believe someone would do that. That's just, it's the worst kind of person. You know what? Anybody that would hurt a dog, I'm okay if we like get rid of those people.
I'm okay with giving them a taste of their own medicine.
Yeah, hurting dogs is
Um,
not cool.
If you want to put poison in my dog's food or in my backyard for my dog to get, I'll put some in your food too.
Yeah, that's not okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm trying to persuade them to take her in. Anyways, yeah, I don't know what else Orilyn and Malor would talk about, but they would have like 4 hours. Or at least 2 more hours before everybody else started waking up.
Depending
Yeah.
on how you spend your time.
Is there anything else that anybody would like to do before completing the long rest? Okay. Well, in that case, end long rest. You guys are all officially long rested.
Well, I have a question for you. Can I send it to you in Discord,
Sure.
Ramblin?
So it can't happen now.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. So the thing, I actually expected us to be a little bit further along than we are.
Gotcha.
So no worries, and we haven't gotten there yet. Now, is there anything you guys would like to do as you wake up in your perfectly designed rooms, or wherever you fell asleep, if you fell asleep in the bath or whatever?
Just sit on the bedroll.
Yeah, yours was a very Spartan room, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So yeah, what do you guys want to do?
I have a question. Separate from that, I keep getting these in my inventory sheet or in my character sheet. I keep getting these little red boxes in my inventory list. Are you adding those?
I haven't been messing with your inventory, I don't think.
It's weird. I deleted it like 10 minutes ago and it came back on its own.
I haven't even had
I don't know what it is.
I haven't had your sheet open since I did that one roll. I closed it immediately afterwards, and I hadn't had it.
Not a big deal, I guess.
I'm looking at it.
I wasn't sure if you were trying to keep track of something and I deleted it, so you added it back or something.
No, I don't know what that is. That box at the bottom? I have no idea
Yeah.
what that is.
I've deleted it twice, so I guess it'll stay.
Yeah, no idea, man.
Well, I will let anyone else go first, but there's a thing I want to do.
Okay. Yeah, everybody take 3 experience for RP.
When Lyram wakes up, since he needs to sleep for only 6 hours,
Okay.
I will head off towards back towards the statues.
Okay. Sure. So
And he's just going to try to explore the city a little bit to get a general idea of where things are.
yeah, you head out early before anyone else. You walk outside the the tent. Agape's not there. Yeah, you're free to wander around. I think the first thing you notice is that the same class is there. They're not practicing katas this time. They're sitting quietly while the teacher is like talking to them. And as you walk by, you can't understand the language, I don't think, right?
Unless they're speaking Gnomish, Sylvan, or Common, I can't.
Okay, so you don't understand what he's saying, but the teacher's like saying some stuff, and he reaches out a hand into the air, and he like grabs onto something you can't see. Like you see his hand brush up against something, and the air like around his palm sort of spins and turns into this vortex, and quickly becomes fire. And he's holding this like ball of fire in his hand, and then he like says a few more words, and he turns his hand again, and it changes to like a ball of ice that's floating in his hand. And the students react to this. They all like, ooh, and they start like, there's a few like exclamations, and then like like one or two of them say something a little bit more, but again, you can't understand. They seem excited. And then he says a few more words, and then he moves his hand again, and the ice changes to like earth. And yeah, he's like teaching some kind of lesson.
I look at his forehead.
You look at his forehead. Okay.
Any blue arrow?
Blue arrow?
Yeah, is there a blue arrow on his head?
No, I get that's what you're getting at. No.
Okay, cool.
No. There's I was like, wait, why would there be a blue? Oh, okay. No, there's no blue arrow on his forehead. It's not Aang.
Okay. He'll continue kind of wondering, and can I make a investigation check as I'm kind of wandering around the city to try to note where everything is and get a general like mental map of 1 hour of travel out in the city?
Sure. Make an investigation check.
Oof.
Very good. You get a very good idea of the layout. A photographic image of it, like you have a photographic memory. You understand perfectly the layout of everything, every detail. You walk by a few different stalls too, right? So there's like people holding out goods and saying words at you. And Sha'ah is making fleece back in the inn room. And
just imagining Shaw with one shaved spot now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Time to knit a new sweater.
Is there any sort of place where that I can find in the area where there's like fighting for sport, like gladiator style, or anything of that sort?
They don't really fight for sport. No.
Okay.
But you could find like an area where people are practicing sparring. Like testing their metal against each other. But they don't like, you might even walk up on probably like a circle of chalk. It's in the middle of some big walking area. There's plenty of room. Yeah, like there's two guys that are like kung fu fighting, trying to knock each other out of the circle or whatever. But they don't fight to the death or anything, right? Like, eventually one of them knocks another one down, and he brings his foot down like he's gonna crack his skull in on his face, but he holds off right before he would make the killing blow or whatever. Then he like stops and like helps the guy up, and like they clap each other on the back or whatever.
Okay. And then after his kind of journey through the city, he'll go back to the tent and pull out a piece of paper, his ink, his quill, and start drawing a map.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, you can an hour out and an hour in. I would say you get a pretty good idea of the layout of most of the city. The path up to the master's, like the entrance to the master's tower, which is like the base of this palace. There's like this fairly secure looking door. It probably has like one or two guards on it, and it seems to like lead into almost like a cellar, or almost like a dungeon area of this palace. Like it leads into one of the bottom stories as opposed to like these grand staircases that would lead up to this main entrance. It's kind of the opposite of what you'd expect.
Okay. When I get back and make the map, what sort of check do you want me to make for that? For drawing the map, how accurate it is?
Yeah, that's a good point because you know it.
I know it, but just because I know where everything is doesn't mean I'll be able to write it down well.
Yeah, to draw it accurately.
Sleight of hand, or
maybe, yeah, either like sleight of hand or
Performance?
performance. Yeah, performance might be good. I suppose it's up to you, whichever.
they're both the same for me, so I'll just do performance.
Ooh.
Oh
No, that's a crit fail. Yeah.
Welcome to the club.
Hey, Unrooted sends us cheers for your critical one. Thanks, Unrooted. Here you go.
Oh, that's a bad map.
Yeah, it's real bad. Maybe like, oh, I don't know. Maybe it's almost like a momentary dyslexia kind of thing. Like you put some things backwards. Yeah, and it messes up the whole thing. Like the spacing is off. The dimensions of buildings are kind of off and wrong. Like, and you can see it's weird because you can see it in your head perfectly. You just can't figure out a way to really put it onto paper. Maybe you're just not good at drawing.
All right, after making his map, probably a bit of smeared ink.
What if
It's a bit
his
of a
map
mess.
was just a bunch of music notes?
I mean, there are music notes instead of actual location
No,
names.
I got it. I know what it is. So you draw the map and you're laying it out perfectly, right? Like you're drawing it all perfectly as you see it in your mind. When you get done, I'm assuming you're doing this on paper or parchment or something.
Yeah, paper.
When you get done, you're looking at the map, and then it all just changes to the wrong orientation, like as you're looking at it. And make an intelligence check. Probably a safe bet that the Anarchs don't want a map of this place, like out there, for security reasons.
Yeah. He nods and he tucks the map away in his pocket. Not pocket. I don't have pockets. He'll tuck it away in his bag.
His storage compartment.
My compartment. It's gonna have a little map in it. Yeah, that's all I got. That's all I want to do.
All right, take another 3 XP. Actually, because you rolled a crit 1, I'm gonna knock it down to 2. Just because it was kind of a creative idea to like useful to get a map, but it just didn't work out. I guess dice did not agree. All right. Well, as Lyram makes it back to your hut, you all start rising and getting ready for the day. Sha'ah has made some fleece. And yeah, what would you guys like to do?
I guess I'm going to convene into the lobby and wait for people to wake up.
Okay.
So we can develop a plan for what we want to do next.
Yeah, you're sitting.
Odayn, you've awoken. Would you like to purchase a map of the city?
I think I'm good. I generally don't like reading maps anyways. I just kind of want to go for...
This map you can hear.
Then that's probably not a map then. Probably something else.
I crinkle the map a little bit in my pocket.
How was your sleep, statue? Do you sleep?
I blink a little bit.
Is that a yes?
I feel refreshed.
That didn't answer my question. I guess that means you don't sleep. You just refresh.
Was I supposed to continue?
I hear no response, and I go up to him and was like, yeah, that was it. You didn't give me an answer, so
Oh,
I mean, what kind of room did you ask for?
I walk him down the hallway. And I walk up to the metal box.
Can I open the metal box?
Yeah, it's shaped just like him. It's slightly bigger, and there's like a seam on it where it like folds open, and you know he'd be able to fit like perfectly inside, and then it would close.
Oh, I should have asked for a handle on the top and wheels on the bottom.
You wanted it to be fixed to the floor, is what you said.
So you just asked for coffin? Is that what you asked for?
No.
Right.
Coffins don't have windows. From the outside, it doesn't look like there's a window on it.
Yeah.
Some coffins have windows.
Dead people don't need to see.
I mean, that's true.
That is inefficient.
But live people like to see the dead people from outside. Anyways, did you know there are baths here? Did you take a bath, statue?
A bath?
Yeah. You know, to stay clean.
Clean?
Okay, I'm bored of this. I go back to the lobby and I wait for the rest of the group.
Yeah, you go back to the lobby and Ishu's standing out there and he's chewing on something. It's in his mouth. And as you guys walk up, he's like, "Hey, how's it going? You guys ready?"
Yeah, I'm good.
I have a map. Would you like to purchase it?
What? Why would I need a map?
That's what I told him too.
To find people to fight.
You have a map for people to fight?
That seems odd.
Yeah.
For practice.
Well, we don't want to fight people here.
They train in formations.
You know, we don't want to cause a disturbance. So, probably a useless map.
Oh.
Good morning.
Oh, you're awake.
Good morning. Would you like to purchase a map?
A map to what?
The city.
She's saying it's for people, a map for people to fight.
There were people to fight. People that were fighting. For practice. In formations.
I think I'm good.
That's how they trained.
Are you all getting ready to go out?
Yeah, we're just waiting for everyone else.
Good morning.
Sha'ah joins you guys.
Ah. Would you like to buy a map?
That's just shakes.
I say buy because when I said purchase, they did not seem interested.
How much is it?
Tim didn't expect anyone to say yes.
How much? How much?
Yes.
It's a map of the city. 1 hour of it. 1 hour out, 1 hour back. The map is worth 2 hours.
What does that mean? What is the statue
2
talking
hours of your
about?
time.
I don't know, but he doesn't make any sense. So I just kind of ignored him now.
At least he's good with that blade.
He is. I don't want my time taken away. I'm sorry, Lyram. I'm not gonna buy anything. Does he eat souls or something?
Maybe. You don't know.
Why is he
Hours of your
taking
soul.
time?
I heard of someone named Soul once.
Have you?
No, hang on, have I?
I don't know. Have you ever been to other, like, what planes have you been to?
Material?
Yeah.
I mean, can I just make a history check? It was a joke, but I want to see.
Yeah. I mean, if you
Haven't
roll
been to
like,
the Nine Hells, you probably haven't eaten souls.
if you roll really high or something,
I don't.
Oh, that's good.
So maybe.
I'll let you decide with a 20. It seems a little low to me, but maybe you've heard something.
Maybe I saw Soul on a poster.
Yeah, maybe you saw a wanted poster.
Maybe I saw one of the wanted posters.
Yeah.
I just happen to remember the name.
Yeah.
Crude drawing of one like me. Not the same. Larger. Had a hat. Scary face. Bad drawing.
I don't know if
Unlike
I'd
my
want to
map.
meet.
Would you
I
like
don't
to purchase
know.
it?
I don't know if I'd want to meet a larger version of you.
I wonder would that just double the annoying?
Probably.
So where are we heading off?
Well, we
To
should
meet that
wait for
wizard?
wait for Melora and Orilyn, right?
I have things. I won't be able to go with you for now. I have something I have to do.
What are you doing?
I will let you know if I'm successful. Otherwise, it won't matter.
Is it the bathing?
No, I did that last night.
You
Speaking
did
of
that
which, you look considerably less pruny, Odayn.
Yes, the skin tends to recover after a while.
Good thing for you.
Right?
You already lost 10
Yeah.
years. I don't think you need to have your skin age too.
I mean, my skin's still fine. You know, I'm not old.
He's like,
I'm 32.
yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, were you 22 before?
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah.
I wouldn't say that's old.
Yeah. It's like
That's just goes,
it's like a young George
I don't know. He
Clooney.
could have some gray hairs in there now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Young George
I'm
Clooney.
gray at 30 is kind of, that's excessive.
Not,
It happens.
not. Yeah, a whole
know
head
it-
of
I know it
gray. I'm
does.
seeing some though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Since they are waiting on Melora and Orilyn, I don't know if you saw what I put in the Roll20 chat.
Oh, no, I didn't.
But Orilyn would have, after their conversation, decided to spend the rest of their time showing Melora pictures of her family and pets, and like just telling her their names and what they were like, what they are like.
Did you ever want to have her scry on them?
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Are you going picture by picture? So here's my uncle,
God.
and then on the
Yeah.
back there's another picture of Oberon. Here's my sister, and here's Oberon.
She's careful to show her all the. She only showed her the one
least.
picture of on the back.
The least suggestive.
It would have been up to Melora to try and like sneak peeks behind the rest of the pictures. But yeah, maybe when she was showing her the pictures, she might have asked her like for her core family, her parents and her siblings, if maybe she could try scrying them. Yeah.
She give it a shot, I suppose. She can only do one creature at a time, so
Yeah.
pick one.
Who's most likely to survive? Probably the unmarried brother. Let me find his name. I think I put a name in here.
It'd be a hard DC.
Is the would the brother be considered like a commoner or a noble, perhaps?
Noble, because she's from a noble house.
What stat sheet should I use?
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, Wolf knows what I'm doing.
There. That's his name.
Xanrian. Okay.
He gets a +3.
Okay, hang on. Let me find the page. I should have like a noble sheet ready, but I don't think I do. So. Oh gosh. CR 1/8.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. First, let me cast the spell. Okay, so they get a wisdom save modified by how well you know the target. And physical connection. If a target knows you're casting this spell, it can fail voluntarily. Knowledge save, second hand. You're saying it gets a +3 to the save?
I believe so. It's secondhand knowledge and unfamiliar. Or not, or I mean picture or likeness, that one.
Likeness or picture. It's a -2. Oh, okay, so he gets a minus, which makes it more likely that it works, right? So.
Right, yeah. So it's +5 for secondhand, -2 for likeness or picture, so +3.
Oh, I see. Gotcha. All right. What's his wisdom save? It is 0. No, it's 2. So he gets a +5. All right.
They can't choose to fail if they want to, though, right?
Yeah, they have to know the spell's being cast on them.
Yeah.
He doesn't. There's no reason he would know.
Oh, that's true.
I don't think he succeeds anyway.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he fails. I think her DC is 16. Yeah. So, he fails. All right. And this is your brother, and we're looking to see if he's on the plains of chaos. So we see her like pull out the orb, the crystal ball, and she stares into it. And there's like a moment when it looks, for like a split second, it looks like the ball is full of water. It's like sloshing around.
Wait, is Orilyn seeing this?
Yeah, you probably do for like a split second, but then you blink or something.
Okay, I was gonna say because Melora said she wouldn't be able to see it. If she could see it, Orilyn would be like, "What?"
Yeah. You don't see like what she sees.
Yeah, you can see the ball. You can't see what's in the ball.
Yeah.
But it just kind of like there's just like this moment when the spell goes off where it kind of looks like instead of a crystal ball, it's like a hollow crystal ball that has water in it. And then it kind of you blink or something, it looks normal again. Then she looks up at you and she says, she kind of shakes her head and she says, sorry, I didn't see anything.
That's okay. He might be in the Faydock.
She kind of nods.
And then Orilyn will
Trying to
go
describe it.
on to showing her more pictures of the others.
Yeah.
When it gets closer to go meet up with the others, Orilyn will say, you can go ahead, whenever you're ready to go meet the others. I just want to take a moment.
Yeah.
And she'll go,
Go ahead.
she did actually have a window in her bedroom. And so I guess if she was imagining what her bedroom was exactly, she would have a view of, like, part of the land outside the tree. So she probably will go, or she will go stand at where the window is and look at the view of her memory.
Yeah. That's fine. She tucks the orb back into her robes, and she kind of like solemnly nods and leaves you to it. Yeah, for the rest of you guys, Melora walks out of the room. And
Hello, would you like to purchase a map of the city?
Oh, please, statue, enough of that. Gosh.
yeah, she's like, no. I don't even carry any gold.
Gold?
He wants souls in exchange or something. I don't know.
No. Just time.
Oh, well, I'm not really interested in trading labor for a map of the city. Speaking of which, shouldn't we get moving? Are you all ready?
Did you ever hear my message?
Oh, what was it?
It was up above Lyram's history roll.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Where's Orilyn?
Okay. Yeah, Orlin, what are you doing? You're taking in the memory.
Yeah, she's just committing, like, the way everything is, her room, the view, everything to memory. Since her home is probably destroyed, she's still in denial that her whole family's dead, or might be dead. But she's gotta preserve the memory so that she can make everything the way it was when they saved the Feywilds. So that's kind of what she's doing, is just taking 5 or 10 minutes just memorizing things. She might take a couple of the small portraits and put them in her bag. And she will also pin the Fea pillow plush thing to her shoulder, and then grab her bow, and then she'll join the others.
Okay.
How was your rest?
It was good.
All right. Well, that's all of us. Do we know where we can find Agape? Isn't he leading us to the wizard?
You say that, and then
I thought we were going shopping.
Oh,
Yeah, I thought you were all going to look at the city.
well, he can lead us around, I guess, while we wait for the wizard.
are you guys still inside the tent?
We're in
Yeah,
the
I think
lobby.
we're in the common room.
Yeah. Okay. You hear the clap of hoofs landing outside.
Speak of the devil.
Hi, Agape. Or is it outside?
Yeah.
I open the door for him.
Yeah. Well, he's a horse, so he can't like walk into a hallway.
Oh, then I.
Like a tiny little hallway. He's a giant unicorn.
I mean, he could, but he'd have to back out to
yeah,
get
yeah,
unless
you'd
it's
have
a
to
big
squeeze.
hallway.
yeah, it's,
Yeah.
yeah. I don't think he comes in. Yeah.
I guess I open the door and I say hello.
Brush the curtains aside, and yeah, he's standing out there, and he just kind of he regards you all. I hope you're all well rested. I can help guide you around if you need, or take you up to the palace if you're ready.
But by the way, I know we don't know how long we're staying here, and the sooner we leave and save little Bron the better. But how long does all this stuff last?
What do you mean?
Like our room and the stuff that was in it.
Presumably until it's no longer needed.
Exactly.
Orlin's unconsciously petting the Freya plush.
Okay.
Right. As long as we need is good.
Okay, so where to? Do we need to get any shopping done? Or are we ready to meet with the master? Keep in mind, there are also quarters for you all in the upper rooms of the palace, as well as a shopping area there.
What is their source of money? Do they accept gold here?
They will accept gold here.
What else? Do they accept hair?
If the hair is particularly worth something, they may exchange.
And then Shah's gonna show Agape like his wool that he sheared off. How about this? Do you think this will cost something? It's pretty warm, I heard.
Let me see.
It's not like silk, but
Yeah,
pretty warm.
He says, it's he says, okay, so here's what he says. Wool is somewhat rare in the chaos. Maybe you can get a few silver for it.
Okay, sounds like a deal then.
Yeah. So do you guys want to like find the nearest merchant stall area?
We could go to the palace.
I might suggest maybe we take. It's kind of been an eventful week. Maybe we take a day here.
Ishu like stops and turns around. He's like, "Wait, really? You want to just take a day? Weren't you the one saying we should go straight to the palace when we were on the way in?"
Hasn't it been more than just an eventful week? Like, it's been a while.
It's been a couple, 2 or 3 weeks, yeah.
I mean, it's been pretty eventful ever since I left home, so...
I had a bit of break before I appeared again, so...
Yeah.
But yeah, this place is very accommodating.
Well, what did you want to do for the day then?
Perhaps you guys can look around the city, see what there is to buy.
What would you be doing? That special thing that you said you want to try out?
Yeah,
Special
and
thing.
Here in an
Yeah,
hour
he's-
or two, I should be able to tell you if it works.
He's up to something, but he doesn't want to say what it is. I guess he doesn't want to jinx it.
I don't want to get your hopes up.
Wait, what do you mean he's up to something?
I don't know. I asked him about it.
Something, isn't he?
I asked him about it, but he doesn't want to give me any explanation. So
I tell you what's important.
Shouldn't
You tell us
we all stay
something.
together?
Are we in danger here, Agape? Do we need to stay together?
Agape says, you should be safe within the city walls.
Assuming you all don't go and pick a fight.
We're asked not to.
So I wouldn't.
Hopefully, this robot does, or the statue doesn't pick a fight. I mean, he said himself that he made a map for people to fight.
There were people fighting.
But why would you make a map of that?
To find them.
But why?
So I'd know where they were.
You want
I'm
to
glad
fight
he's your
people?
guys' problem.
No.
No, robot, you should stay. You should stay with or
Yeah, that's
statue.
not going to work out. Sorry.
Statue, you should stay with him.
I think Lyram could be a good use for Vash.
You definitely can't find whatever you're looking for in here.
He looks kind of just back and forth between the two of them, between the two kind of groups.
Isha, you're coming with us, right?
So you guys are
Actually,
forming...
I need his help.
Oh, so you won't let Ishu go shopping?
I can go shopping. I just need him for a few hours.
You're like Lyram? You're trading
guess I'll
You
hours?
could go with them, Ishu, and then we could do this later.
Perhaps someone would like to purchase my map.
Jesus.
Why would they want to map out fighting things?
Okay, so you guys...
There are other things on the map.
Circles. I'm going back to my room.
You guys can start dividing your tokens into two groups. I know one of them is Vash, and Vash is one.
Yeah, I'm staying for a bit.
So the rest, I guess Lyram, Sha'ah, Orilyn, you guys are going shopping.
Yeah.
Odayn's going with them. I guess Melora's going with
Melora's
them.
as well.
Ish will stay and hang out with you, Vash.
Okay.
So Ishu says, nah, it's okay. I don't really need to do any shopping. You guys go ahead.
Did we mend his
Sure.
billowing cape? Or rather, did
gonna say, you
Odayn
did-
mend his billowing cape?
You did find that very nice cape last time.
Yeah. He doesn't want to like wear a different one.
Was it ripped or something? It's magical.
Did it
so
get
you can't
mended?
mend it.
I thought it got damaged at some point.
I mean, he was caught on fire last session, but if it's a magic cape, then it doesn't burn.
Yeah.
Okay, so it didn't get damaged then.
Yeah.
Because it is considered a common magic item.
Yeah, I think magic items. I mean, you have to do special things to destroy them. Like
You can mend magic items. You just can't return magic.
yeah.
You can?
Yeah, because
Yeah, for the mending spell.
for mending,
Oh, I didn't think you could. Okay.
you just can't affect the magic. If it was just like a tear or whatever, you can still mend it.
Right.
But if it was
that's what
just fire that would have damaged it, I don't think it would have been damaged, right?
No.
It says the spell can physically repair a magic item or construct, but the spell can't restore magic.
Yeah.
Okay, I see. So most magic items, other than potions or scrolls, have resistance to all damage. Artifacts are practically indestructible, and they require extraordinary measures to destroy. I always kind of think of it like, I don't know, it takes something kind of like when I think of like magic items, even if they're common magic items, if they're like equipment or something, they're not going to get like destroyed by normal means. Like you might have to
Mhm.
take a magic weapon and bring it down on the magic necklace, like we've seen.
Yeah.
And then unpredictable things might happen when you do that.
So his billowing cape didn't actually get damaged before then?
I don't think it got burned up at the very
Could have been his
least.
clothes or something else that burned.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think he wears clothes. I hope he wears clothes.
I kind of imagine it like Mithril in Lord of the Rings, where it's like always stays clean and it's like really hard to penetrate, almost impossible. And if a sword does get through it, it kind of like once you pull the blade out, it closes up or whatever.
Mm.
That's kind of how I imagine it. But I mean,
Well-
he's not going to turn down some like magic stuff or items or whatever. It's just that, well, make an insight check if you want to see what's going on with the issue.
All of you have fun. The statue is your responsibility. Don't let him kill anything.
Is only Vash rolling the inside, or can everybody?
Anybody can.
Okay. Insight on issue.
Ooh. Okay, let's see how Ishu rolls.
It's did way better than me.
He's got the same bonus on each thing, so I'm not gonna let you see what he's rolling, but I'm just gonna roll. Okay, so you all can tell that he feels bad for Vash being by himself, so he's gonna go with him.
Even Vash can tell.
Yep.
Vash, Ishu, take care of Vash, okay? Make sure he doesn't get into any trouble.
Yeah, you got it. I'll keep him safe. Don't worry.
Right, Agape.
And take
Show
the
us
statue
the
with you,
way.
right?
Wait, what was that?
He's
Okay.
coming with us.
What'd you say?
Take the statue with you.
No. That's
Yeah, you know.
sorry. Mm-mm.
Statue, do you know that they may be doing some sort of music and magic?
No music here. It's gonna be very quiet.
I don't believe that they told us that.
Well, as far as we know, we don't know what Vash is doing.
Ash is leading
Oh.
Ishu into his room.
Just
Just gonna shut the door. Doesn't have
You
a
know-
lock, but you know.
It does sound like the statue does have business in town. In the shop.
Okay. All right. Well,
I
I
also
guess
have a
let's
map to show you
go.
where to go.
All right, so I guess we see you guys heading off towards the trading area. All right. Why don't we? Let me flip a coin here. 1, we go with the folks that are going to trade. 2, we hang out with Vash and Ishu first. All right. So the camera goes with you guys as you sort of walk off. And we cut to you guys entering like an area where there's a few different trading stalls. The first one you see, there's this guy who's holding out what looks like to be some kind of exotic fruit. It looks kind of like a plum, but it's really big, like bigger than the palm of your hand. He's like holding it up, and he's sort of like smiling, and he's saying some stuff. You can't understand what he's saying, and he keeps on like taking one hand, and he's like putting it to he's like got the fingers and the thumb clenched together like you're pinching kind of on the hand, and he keeps putting it to the plum and then putting it to his mouth, and like this, and he keeps like holding it out and saying
I hold out a hand to take it.
you reach out to grab the plum. Make an Arcana check.
Yeah. 12.
Okay. So yeah, you reach out to take the plum, and like you're expecting your hand to make contact with like a physical fruit, but your hand like sinks into it, like it's almost like it's a gas instead. And like the outer parts of the plums sort of like peel around where your hand contacts.
He kind of thought it was a portal.
You thought it was.
Thought it might be a portal.
It's
I thought it was like the pomegranate, maybe.
It's not a portal. It's not like the pomegranate. It's a different thing. But so like where it starts to come apart around your fingertips, it splits apart and then it turns white. And then you see like all the pieces like separating, almost like a bunch of little butterflies opening their wings around your fingers. And then the ones immediately around your fingers like come off of the larger piece itself and start like fluttering through the air. And then the rest of the plum kind of comes apart more slowly, and turns into these little like white butterfly things, and they start to like fly off. The guy who was holding it out to you, his face goes from like smiling and like chatty to like grimacing, and he furrows his brows, and he starts to like yell something at you that you can't understand. Like he seems very irritated, and then he holds out his hand like, and he's like blah 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 blah.
I raise
like,
a hand like wait, and then I reach in my pocket and I grab the map.
Orilyn will look at Agape like, what's going on?
It seems like he's ruined his goods. He wants payment for that fruit you just destroyed. You hold out the map, and the guy like looks at the map, and he kind of like gives this weird, like he pulls his hands up to the side, and he kind of like, he still looks mad, and he like slaps the map with one hand, and he's like, he starts saying something at you. You don't know what he's saying. And he's like really animated, and he holds up both his hands, and he's like blah 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 blah. He's like really irritated. He points at the butterflies that are flying away.
I look at him
Look up
again.
Statue, you're already causing problems.
You just walk away.
No, I don't walk
that
away.
guy.
I keep trying to hand him the map.
Yeah, he's kind of stops for a second, then he pulls up the map and looks at it. And then here, let me see. Let me roll something. Just roll a d20. Make a persuasion check. Actually, let's do that. Okay. And let's see here. Insights. Okay. He crumples up the map and like hands it back to you, and he keeps yelling.
Agape,
I look at the crumpled map. I will cast mending on it to straighten it out.
Yeah, you straighten it out.
Agape, I have a couple questions. First of all, what kind of item is that just touching it would make it do that and thus make it ruined? And second, how much is he asking the statue to pay in compensation?
He says, well, the okay, so it's something about the mood that he had when he made contact with the fruit. I don't know. It's not supposed to do that, but basically he's saying he's out of fruit and he wants 7 silver to cover the cost. He says something. I'm not familiar with this saying. You break it, you buy it. What does that mean?
I look over at him. I know. I look at the shopkeeper again. I will try to think really hard about 7 silver.
Make an Arcana check.
Are you gonna make it look like you're fishing them out from somewhere? You're just holding up your hand.
Surely he knows that things can just be created from nothing.
Lyram is not really thinking through that. He's like, oh, 7 silver. I'll make 7 silver.
Fair enough.
No, you won't.
I hold out my hand like I'm about to hand him something, and then I open my palm, and there's just nothing there. I blink a little bit, and then I like kind of curl my fingers in a couple times, like, pay me.
At what point does this guy start yelling cards?
Not yet.
I mean, Agape is there. Like, I assume they're familiar with Agape.
Right.
And he's
Oh, yeah.
respected.
Yeah. Let me see something.
Yeah, of course.
What's your passive?
My passive is 12.
Oh, that's supposed to be a check. Doesn't matter.
Statue, do you not have any money?
So the guy comes at you and kind of like pushes you. Like he like walks up from behind the stall. He's really angry. You don't understand what he's saying. But he like pushes you back and then like holds out his hands and demands something. Like he's just like saying words. He like makes contact with you.
I look at Agape. Is he trying to fight me? Am I supposed to fight him?
I don't think it's a fight he wants. He's demanding payment.
Ah.
You not have the money?
I kind of cock my head. And I'll cast. That's not what I'm trying to do. You know, no, he'll take the diplomatic approach here. He'll shrug. Just shrugs at him. Like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Let me take a look at something here.
In other words, I forgot to prepare sleep.
This is going well so far.
I don't know. I just grabbed the fruit. It went away.
I'm so glad.
Not my fault that he's poor.
Do you have?
He doesn't have the money.
You don't have any money?
No.
All right. What do you have of value on you?
Oh, he's not giving him anything.
You know, he pickpocketed you. That was the dex check.
Yeah, he
got you. Okay.
When he came up and shoved you, he was taking something off of you.
Other than my headband of intellect that I think you would have to like pull off of my head forcefully, I don't think he could pickpocket my cloak. I have a rapier.
They can't pickpocket something that's equipped or in your hands.
Yeah, rapier's not equipped.
Okay. Then he takes the rapier.
I've got an ornate vial.
Rapiers are big.
Yeah. I mean,
no one notices that.
Well,
you think he'd go for something smaller?
I mean, if that's all there is, like.
Oh,
I have stuff that would be inside of my bag, but I think my rapier would be the only thing at my side. And then the map.
If the rapier and the map is the only options. There's also ink and a quill, right? And paper.
I mean, that would be in my bag. I don't think that I'd carry that around in my pocket.
I mean, who's to say you couldn't reach in your bag?
I mean, you could, yeah, I guess.
So he rolled your passive.
There's 2 instruments that are ornate.
Your passive was 12, right? And
yeah.
He rolled. It should have been a check, so it wasn't quite an 18. It should have been a check and not a save, so it should be 2 lower, so it should be a 16, not 18. Um,
And shouldn't I get to actually make a perception check if he's trying to pickpocket me?
only if you're expecting it, I think. It works like stealth, I think. Like it
I mean,
goes off
Right.
your passive.
What?
You don't know
think I
what's happening.
pretty obviously
You don't-
see him
yeah, you don't-
coming up and pushing it.
Perceiving is active. Passive
Okay.
perception is passive.
I mean, I would be looking at him if he's coming up to try to push me.
Yeah, it's
wouldn't
so
be like
it's
he's
like if he's
rushing by
taking the
me after
rapier, he might like. So to me, it makes sense that he might get the rapier, but then it would be very obvious he's holding the rapier. Whereas if he takes something small, he might be able to slip it up his
Yeah,
sleeve.
I could picture him like stealing stealing a
wouldn't see
small
it.
instrument.
I'm not
without
gonna-
using it.
I'm not gonna have him
Yeah.
take the
If it's
rapier. I'm gonna have him take the
if it's a-
ink and the quill and paper.
Okay.
If it's a passive thing, would Sha'ah be able to notice it with his amazing passive perception?
Crazy 23 or whatever he has. Yeah.
22 now.
Shaw.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you probably do see it. Yeah. And I think Agape probably picks up on it too. Actually, let me see. No, he doesn't. Yeah, but Shaw, if your passive is if you're anyone, if your passive is higher than 16, you're aware that he. And I'll just have him take your ink. That's all. That's all he
Okay.
pockets. He just grabs something that looks like it might be worth something. Yeah. And then like he continues to like yell after he's shoved you, and he like does this, but he quickly calms down this now. And then Agape says like he says, fine, just leave. We're not shopping here anymore.
I look at him again, and then I kind of turn around and start walking to the next stall.
Maybe let's agree not to touch anything until we know how much it costs, and 2, what it is.
He handed it to me.
He just showed it to you, not handed
But we
to
also
you.
just saw how much trouble it can cause, so maybe we should figure out what things are before we accept them.
I could just kill it next time.
Something about that whole interaction was weird. Like, it just seems a little sus to all of you guys.
Yeah. I mean, a bit.
You look like tourists. What do you expect?
Agape, don't you live here? Don't you know what? Does stuff like this happen all the time?
I imagine you have a party with fanny packs and sunglasses.
Agape has no idea that this guy pickpocketed.
No, what I mean is them showing stuff to us and stuff like breaking so easily.
Yeah, Agape says, I don't typically frequent the markets, and when I do, well, I don't really have hands to interact with things, do I?
You have a face.
I don't go around biting things that people are holding out for sale, though.
Oh, you don't nuzzle things either.
No, not particularly. If there is something I want, the master usually provides it for me. You have a face.
Sorry. Right. Well, I think it's safe to say we should all agree not to touch anything without knowing what it is and being interested in actually paying for it.
I wonder if that man has anything else for sale.
Odayn, you're roboting. Can you repeat that?
I know this guy is in trouble.
I wonder if that man had anything else for sale.
He probably did have a few other things for sale, but you're not welcome at that stall anymore. You don't have any money, so.
Is he lumping all of us in with
yeah.
Lyram
Oh,
then?
yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
Right. Well,
yeah.
hey guys, I have this thing, and Orilyn's gonna pull out. Thought it had a description. Just a second. It's a vial that has a rose-hued liquid. Apparently, there's a bubble shaped like a heart.
Can I make a
Something you never had identified?
I
It's
don't know if
something
I
that
actually had it
I had.
identified or not.
I had it. It was
Oh.
one of Clay's items. Can I make
Yeah,
an
then
arcana check?
I don't think it was identified. I have it written down what it is, so I
Yeah.
do know what it is, but I don't know if Orilyn knows what it is.
And I don't know if Lyram knows.
But she would pull it out and say, "Should we try and sell it?"
I'm gonna make an arcana check on that. Do I know what the item is?
Yeah.
Did Orilyn show?
It's
think-
basically a filter of love.
Yeah, it's a folder.
Yeah. I think you recognize it, Lyram. It's up to you if you
I look at it. Oh.
Oh? You know, I just realized I don't think I ever rolled to see if Orilyn might know what it is.
Give it a shot.
Okay.
I'm giving him a benefit. Okay. All right. Maybe not. Maybe it's like a potion of charming or something. You're not really sure.
I look at her. Do you know what that is?
Yeah.
What is it?
It's a potion that does charming.
A filter,
Like,
actually.
there's a little hot here, see?
A filter of love.
Right, that. I just forgot what it was called.
Try to find another merchant that won't hate us.
Yeah, there's gotta be plenty around here. That's
I know where some others are.
So
Yeah.
what I was asking is maybe we could sell. This was something that we got from Clay's, and maybe selling it would help the party as a whole.
Oh.
I think that's a
Was
good
he the
idea.
friend that you let die?
You weren't even there. What do you mean we let die?
Said that you let die.
I didn't. I would. What?
Well, if he was part of the group and he died. I've heard Odayn mention the name a couple times.
Right, but we didn't let him die.
It was one of those unfortunate events. He was so heroic, though. He tried to fend off the beholder.
You eluded him.
Well-
Can I make an arcana check to see if I know what a beholder is? Or history, or...
Sure. I'll let you decide which.
I'll do history, because I feel like if I would have heard of it, it would have been reading a book.
DC is high. Nope.
Ah, what do they behold?
I don't know.
Who was
Death.
looking at him?
Like,
Well, obviously
it
it
has a
beheld
lot
death
of
if he
eyes.
died. It had eyes.
anyways, Orilyn, Milora, and Odayn, do you think you can wear these pelts on you? Maybe they could sell off for something.
Wait, they went from wool shawls to pelt.
Let's just go for pelts.
Yeah, he
I
killed
think
the
it's-
dogs.
Okay.
Like sheep pelts.
Yeah, there's just like a bunch of strange looking
Wait,
pelts that are.
Doesn't
being
pelt
sold nearby.
usually mean it still has
It's a skin.
Like
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
Oh,
pelt
then
is a skin.
probably-
It's
skin
an
and
anim-
fur off.
Yeah, it's an.
No,
animal-
then
It would be a skein of fleece.
Yeah,
I think that's how it's spelled.
a skein then.
like when you're buying yarn, it's a skein of yarn, and I
Yeah,
think
there you
in
go.
the UK they call yarn fleece.
Probably.
Yeah, I think.
We had a lot of people come in asking where our fleece was when I worked at the craft store, and I thought they were talking about fabric, not the yarn.
Yeah, that's kind of what
So
I.
that was fun
imagined.
times. Yeah.
I want you guys to model this around. And hopefully people will notice it and then they would try to buy it. I'm no
Why don't you
merchant.
model it around? And
Well, I'm already wearing one. It's the sweater.
so you cut off your own hair and then wore it as a sweater.
Oh yeah, because
Thank you,
you
Odayn, for
shaved
saying
off
that.
your because you shaved off your wool, don't you just look like she's wearing a sweater now?
Well, these are it grew off and then I have to like shear them off. I don't want to be a puffy, heavy centaur. I would be useless.
Yeah, it gets all matted together. It becomes a whole thing if you let it go.
Is it clean?
I don't know the static in here. Like make it like I know you guys can perform. It seems like you're very charismatic.
What does that have to do with anything?
Maybe they would take notice of you, and I'm gonna try to cast like wind stuff to make it cold, and maybe they would want to buy it.
Do you have any?
So-
You realize that we can't talk to them, right?
Well, we have our friend Agape.
Is he going to be translating what we say to every single person who crosses by? I feel like this is a poor use of our time.
Well, you don't know how to act then.
I guess.
Look, in my own community, my social status probably would have helped a lot. I don't think my social status would help much here, because they don't know that I am a lady here.
Guess. Like try
I-
to shiver and then I would put down the pelt and then you act like it's super, super warm.
Okay. You know what?
I mean
Just to entertain
Can I
you,
look at it?
I
You just
will-
look
I
like,
can do
why?
this.
you can
I
do
can
this
do
to
this.
entertain you. I will shiver for you.
I can
I'll
act.
do I'll do a performance check.
Okay. Either
Wait, how
anybody-
many
Whoever wants to can do it.
Oh
That's-
no.
how
it's
many
not
of
a
these
very
did you
good
make?
performance.
I made 3 bags.
three bags?
Or 3 like what do you call those?
Skeins.
Like the skeins.
So 3.
Like a wool roving kind of.
Mm-hmm. Like from
And you want
my
us to-
sides back and then the other side.
So
Do you want us to wear it?
Yeah.
So glad Ishu stayed with me.
Odayn gives it a shot. Is anyone else modeling and trying to put on this performance?
And then I tell Lyram, do it well. I believe in you. I cast guidance on him.
I'll take the pelt.
Okay, all right.
So
Oh,
it's not.
this is
been-
very warm.
Are you gonna
It's
make
not
a
been
performance check? Go ahead, Ella.
into anything.
What
I don't think
Just
it's
a
in the
bag
shape
of
of anything,
wool?
right? Yeah.
No, it's just like it's like a half blanket. If you would,
But it's just loose wool, right? That's been
yeah.
like it's not even been combed or anything.
Oh, it would be like, how would I explain it with a picture?
I guess I'm wondering how long he spent on it, like, because wool is a lot. You have to clean it and then comb it, and as
He
it's
didn't
being
take a
combed,
bath
like
either, did
you
he?
make it into
So it's probably dirty.
roving. I'm
Can
trying
I
to
do
figure
a
out how
weaver's
fashionable it looks.
tool?
It's kind of just I'm looking up pictures of raw sheep wool.
Here we go.
Yeah.
It's like this.
Did you post
I
something?
work.
Oh yeah,
Up
there
in
you go.
general.
Yeah, I mean that's still on the sheep, but yeah, basically it's like a pile of that.
Oh, it's on the skin, yeah. I work with wool roving all
Yeah.
the time because I make it's
Okay,
called
yeah.
needle felt, and you basically take loose wool that's not been made into yarn yet and stab it with
I've
these
done that before.
notched needles. And I've bought some from a Ren fair, so like they just had a bag, and it's just like it's been cleaned, but it's just this big mess of wool.
To be fair, I think we're getting caught up on the details.
Yeah. for
That's
real,
true.
yeah.
That's true. But I'm just trying to figure out. Orilyn probably wouldn't wrap herself in just this loose wool. It's not very
You're
fashionable.
bad
She
friend.
might. She barely knows Sha'ah.
Like this guy, like had a whole. Never mind. Didn't
yeah.
show up.
I look at the
Not
wool.
sure.
This wool is so hot. It's very warm.
Agape.
I
Translate it.
will cast prestidigitation inside of the wool.
So you guys are performing this, and then Agape is translating what you're saying so that passers-by can understand
Oh,
what's going on.
Right.
That's what we're
Poor horse.
doing.
I barely understand what's going on.
So you're just draping this raw wool all over your body, and then you're like shivering and you're saying stuff, and then it's just such a weird thing. And then
I
Agape is
missed
like,
this. Oh no.
so it's like some kind of street art performance.
I light a handful of the wool on fire and then drop it.
What?
It's very hot.
It's
Don't burn
very
it.
hot. It is very warm. It's so warm it burst into flames.
It is quite warm. Now that I have added sparks to it.
Gosh.
It's very, very warm. Yes.
All right, so we got Odayn's performance check. Let's give Agape one since he's translating for you guys. Hoy. Agape does not have a performance skill. So we'll just roll charisma. Okay.
Yikes.
I guess I'll make a performance check for how smoothly I light it on fire.
Sure, yeah.
My words definitely aren't winning anyone.
Oh, what? Okay, so oh my gosh. Okay. So there's like a couple monks walking by. And one of them stops and like kind of looks confused watching Odayn and looks up at Agape and like quirks his head to the side. And then you like burn this wool beside him, and he's startled and he jumps back, and he's like, "What?" He kind of says some stuff you guys don't understand, and then
It's very hot. It's quite warm.
And then Agape is saying something, and he says some words, and Agape goes, "Oh, he seemed to have been confused. He thought I guess he thought Odayn was going through some kind of withdrawal symptoms. But he wants to know how much the exploding fabric cost.
He does?
7 silver.
Okay, so yeah, you see Agape like staring at him for a moment. Let's see Agape. Can he persuade him? That's not bad. All right, so Agape says,
I reach out my hand.
Yeah. Agape says it looks like 7 silver might be acceptable, but he wants all of it.
There's 3. So I'll
Wait.
give him.
Wouldn't there be 2 now? Because Lyram.
Yeah,
Wait,
he just
one-
burned
Oh,
one.
yeah. There's 2 left.
Unless he wants the ashes of the last, one.
He goes, it looks like he's in a hurry, so take it or leave it. Are we?
Yeah, I'll take it. Here.
Yes. Okay, so
You hand him the wool, I'll reach out my hand for the money.
yeah, he kind of like takes the wool and nods, reaches into his robes and pulls out some silver coins and he drops 7 silver into your hand.
Yep, I go and walk back over towards the vendor.
Okay, yeah. Vash Wolf is like us. No,
Hoisted by your own petard.
yeah. And then like we see the guy walking off, and he reaches into the tuft of wool that he's carrying under one arm, and pulls out a handful of it, and he like throws it down at the ground. And he says a word, and then he stops walking. He seems kind of disappointed, and he's like. And he says some stuff, and he picks the handful back up, and then he like throws it down again and says a word. And he seems
And
confused.
I cast Druid Craft. I cast Druid Craft to make it burn when it's on the floor.
Okay, so you can create one of the following effects: harmless sensory effects.
All the way at the bottom.
You instantly light or snuff out a candle, torch, or small campfire. I'll allow it. So yeah, it bursts into flames, and he gets all excited, and then he starts jogging off to wherever he's going. Good teamwork. I hope it was worth 7 silver. Basically,
Yeah, I'm gonna hand the 7 silver
like-
to the vendor.
yeah. So you run up to the vendor, and he like as soon as you come walking up to him, he crosses his arms. And he like won't look at you. And he just kind
I
of
hand him 7 silver.
And you hold out the money, and his eyes light up. And he takes the 7 silver out of your hand, and then he like slightly bows his head forward, and he reaches his other hand into the other side of his robe, and he pulls out your ink well, and he's holding it in his palm.
Oh boy.
And he kills him.
Oh boy. Uh-oh.
It was your responsibility to fix this.
He holds it out to you to hand it back. I mean, you can kill him if you want. It's not going to work out well for you.
Orilyn, Laura, Odayn, please.
We
Okay.
don't know that
Does
it
he
was
have other
stolen.
stuff in
We
his
didn't
stone?
know he had one.
Does he have other stuff?
Yes.
What?
In his stone.
I mean, it's other like crops, like basically. There's like a couple of these other plums.
Can I dispel magic on his stand
Can I
to
insight
try
check?
to end the magical effects on his stuff?
Hold on, Odayn. What are you insight checking?
How he feels about the inkwell that we just handed to him?
Sure.
Yeah, I guess it would be kind of weird that he gives him the money and then does that. Could I also roll?
Sure. Yeah.
I see no problem with
I
this.
I don't think it'll be too high. No.
All right. So you want to cast dispel magic on the stall itself?
To try to can I like try to remove the enchantment on the enchantments on his stuff?
You got to choose one creature, object, or magical effect.
Yep.
So does he have more? He has more fruits, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll not dispel it. I'll
Fire.
look up and kind of look. I'll take the bottle.
Yeah, he's like holding the inkwell bottle in his palm out to you, and when your eyes make contact with it, there's like a slight grin, smirk comes up on his face.
What color are his clothes?
What color is what?
Are his clothes?
They're probably. Let's go with purple.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and open the bottle of ink and inspect it for a moment, and pour it on his head.
All right, you're gonna pour it on his head. All right.
Wait, can he reach? Aren't you tiny?
Yeah,
and
you're-
even tinier
I'll,
now.
I'll splash it on him, I guess.
Make a improvised attack roll, like an improvised weapon, I guess.
So just like a flat dex check.
I guess
because it would just be, since it's a ranged weapon, technically.
Sure. 14
14.
is just enough. His AC is 14 exactly. So yeah, you splash the ink on him, and he like puts his hands up and he kind of like jumps back a foot or two as he's like suddenly got all this ink all over his robe, and then he pulls the robe away from his chest, like to get it off the skin because it's all wet, and he starts yelling. He's like starts cursing and yelling again. You can't understand what he's saying. He seems pretty mad.
I hold out my hand, like, pay me, and say, you break it, you buy it.
You broke it. Also, you're saying it.
I don't know. It looks like he broke. Like he broke the ink to me. It's all over him.
Yeah, you're saying in a language he doesn't understand. Yeah, I don't think he knows what you're saying. So he just starts yelling at you. Like, I don't know what to tell you. He's just like mad that you just dumped
I look at him.
all over him.
I'll carefully recap the bottle of ink and set it down neatly on his stand, and then walk off.
Okay. Yeah. And yeah, he's like, when you walk off, there's another person at a stall nearby, like turns to them and he starts venting to them, and like pointing at you and like yelling stuff out. And then the other guy like puts a hand to his chin and like kind of watches you walk away. Like, clutching his pearls or whatever. Yeah. So, yeah, you storm off. You cause a scene, and storm off.
No, he didn't really storm off. He walks off slowly.
Oh yeah, okay. All right, cool.
Oh god.
All right. I think on that note, we'll see what Vash and Ishu are doing. So we cut to
city.
Do what?
I said we're gonna get thrown out of the city.
You might. I thought he was gonna kill him for a minute.
I thought about it, and then I decided Lyram is smart enough to know that if he killed someone, he would get kicked out, and he doesn't really mind too much.
If they kick you out, they might try to kill you.
Yeah, they could try.
I mean, there's a lot of them.
I could cast banishment on myself.
Okay. All right. So, what are Vash and Ishu doing when we cut to you guys?
So, Ella put something in the Discord chat. I'm okay to stay, but others may not be. So
that's true. It is pretty late. What do you guys think, Odayn? Sha'ah? What do you guys think?
I can finish Vash and Ishu's part.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess.
All right. You know what, Lyram, take another 2 XP, and also Sha'ah, take another 2 XP for your fleece, and for Lyram getting fleeced, I guess.
He pulled the wool over his eyes.
Yeah. All right.
So Wolf forgot something. Vash would not have forgotten. We can't summon things here.
Correct.
That was told to us literally right before.
Mhm.
So, yeah.
So yeah,
that's one thing that I can't do. But
Yep.
so instead, I will just ask Ishu to hang out for a bit because the thing I was going to happen to can't happen.
All right. Yeah.
And I will try to cast a spell. I pull out the book that we got from the gift.
Okay.
And I take some of the magical components out of the bowl, what I need. And I'm going to try and cast something on the blood on the book.
Okay. What are you casting? All right. Rare components, rare oils and unguents worth at least 1,000 gold, which the spell consumes. I'm guessing diamonds count.
I didn't specifically request those, but I just meant like a bowl of material components, yeah.
Okay. That's fine. I'll allow it. We'll say you consume some of the diamonds or whatever.
I ended up saying incense, I think.
You said valuable magical herbs and diamonds, I think.
Herbs, incense, and diamond, yeah.
Yeah, okay. You touch a dead humanoid or a piece of a dead humanoid, provided the creature's been dead no longer than 10 days. Spell forms.
Wait, what are you casting this on?
The blood in the book to try and revive this Gith that died.
Oh, okay.
Does the blood count as a piece of a dead
It's
humanoid?
up to you. I don't know what counts as a piece. It is from the dead humanoid.
I mean, that's true. It is. Then it just goes on as to what it would reincarnate into. Okay.
And I looked up a different calculator if you want more options on like things that it can turn into, or different table. It's
Oh
a
yeah, because those
D1000
races are
table.
only the core.
Those are only the player handbook races, yeah. Which I can hear. I'll give it to you. Here's the link.
I'm trying to see if the blood would qualify because I don't want to have to make the decision. I would rather it be made for me somewhere in some kind of ruling.
I feel like it would. It is a piece of them.
So
It's got their
one thing,
DNA in it.
yeah, one thing says also would allow a bloodstained rock to count.
Oh, it does? Okay.
Or a vial of blood.
Yeah, I see people talking about vial of bloods being used for that purpose. All right. So sure, I'll allow it. Okay. If you got something else that includes extra
Yeah, I sent it
races-
in general. So either I can roll it or you can. It's totally up to you.
I'll allow you to roll.
But it's a big D1000 list, so I'm just gonna
You can roll.
click it. Okay. Let's see what he turns into. Tiefling.
Which one?
It just says base tiefling. So
Oh, so it's probably the Asmodeus.
probably, yeah.
A red
Great.
tiefling.
Sure. Yeah. Why not?
It recalls its former life and experience. It retains the capabilities it had in its original form, except it changes its race for the new one and changes the racial traits accordingly. Okay, so we see you. Is Ishu with you, like, while you're doing this? Are you sure?
Yeah.
All right, so we see you in this room. You've got this journal open, and you're
It
focusing
also
on.
takes me an hour to cast it. So
what does it
bored
look
for most
like
of that.
while you're doing this?
I'm chanting in query and like
manipulating the materials, making signs in the air. A lot of it is chanting, and then occasionally some like somatic components and manipulating the materials.
So, this is a pretty good.
And then
way
at
to-
the end, I'll throw it up. The oils and unguents, or no, I'll burn the oils and unguents.
Yeah, that's a
and
good way
the
to
body
do
will
it.
form from the flame.
Yeah, so yeah, that's super cool, especially with it being a tiefling and stuff. Okay, so this is how we wrap up the episode, I think. So we see you guys focusing, and we get these shots of you like laying out the incense, the oils, or whatever, and like preparing the ritual space to cast the spell, and with like the journal laying in the center near like a bowl that's used for burning some of the materials, and Ishu is just sort of sitting there watching you. And yeah, we hear you like chanting like as a narration over just like watching you do some of the stuff. And then you light the incense or the herbs or whatever up, and they start to burn. Maybe the blood is dripped into it, into like the fire. And then we see like a mass start to form inside. And there's the blood's bubbling and starts to expand. And it starts to slowly grow into this body. The body's naked. We don't see any nudity because this is a family show.
Well,
And
that's Seraphina.
Right.
yeah, well, whatever. I mean, like, you know, maybe do whatever. So the fire erupts, and as the body starts to grow larger, and we see like horns starting to form. And then as like the torso rises from the flames, we see these bat-like wings expand out and like stretch out and kind of start to fill the room. And then the camera like
Wait, wing?
don't red tieflings have wings typically, or is that not a typical thing?
That's just
No.
Vash.
There's,
I mean, not Vash.
there's-
Havoc.
Oh, okay.
There's specifically a winged tiefling.
Okay. Well, they're a basic. I guess
that's
they
an
don't have
alternate.
wings.
They have a tail though.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah,
We
they do have
just-
the tail and horns.
We just see like the tail whip up behind the head as the camera like zooms in on the face, and we see the eyes open, and then we cut to credits.
Damn.
It would have been cool if it had wings though.
Yeah, all right, that's fine.
It's alright. The first time I rolled that when I was testing the table, I rolled bugbear. So would have been interesting.
Yeah. I prefer the tiefling. I think that was a good.
Yeah.
That's a good
We'll
way
make
to
this
do it.
work.
All right. Well, thanks for playing, players. Thanks for watching. Always good to have you here, Unrooted. Today was an interesting session. I thought you guys were just gonna like skip through the city and get right to business in the palace, and we were just gonna jump in there. But I can never predict what you guys are gonna do. The good news is I've already prepped for next session, so
Every bunch of material components I couldn't resist.
Yeah, it's all good. It was a fun episode, and it was basically 5 hours of improv today. So, I didn't have any of this stuff ready. I was thinking if you guys are gonna go shopping, I would just be like, yeah, pick anything from the list in the player's handbook or whatever, kind of. Maybe I'll improv a little bit here or there. But yeah, it was pretty fun. Also, you know what?
Cool.
Vash, take 3 XP for the reincarnate, because that was.
Oh.
I would count that as creative, to say the least. Okay. Well, has anybody got anything they want to say? Anything you want to shout out or anything before we wrap up?
I'm back
Okay.
next time to see what else I'll reincarnate.
Next week.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll figure out what was going on where you were, because Odayn figured out you were casting something. We don't know what.
Well,
it
yeah,
was.
he told him he was.
Yeah. Maybe we'll figure out
Also,
what's
sorry
going on there.
Sorry
Sorry
for
for what?
getting hung up on random things like the wool and stuff.
You guys are fine. You're fine. You don't
You
have to
do that a
apologize.
lot.
Yeah, you guys don't have to
Thank
apologize
you.
for that. Like we were all getting hung up on stuff. It's
We did it a lot today, so that's why
Yeah.
I was just like, I just want to sell my wool. Come on.
it's fine. Yeah. You know.
And then the gnome stole your money.
I didn't
did.
steal it. I paid someone after I helped him sell it.
Yeah, it worked out. So yeah, if you're watching, we got links in the description. We got links to things like music used on the show. Most of it's from Dark Fantasy Studio. We got links to things like artwork for Vash's character, for example. We've got links to Orilyn Favyre's avatar here, and how that's made and how to do all that stuff. I have no idea. It's still like I mean it is in another language, but some of that stuff. But I was gonna say it's like it's in another language. I literally don't understand the avatar stuff. But that's okay. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you guys. We'll be back next week. Y'all take care and have a good week. All right.